We are picking up with the prelude for tonight's story. That it's in the royal embassy, and Kippa is speaking to Nika. They're speaking regarding uh, some interesting business about more or less a cross-examination, so to speak, between Nika, your guys' past, and things that have been going on. And in this conversation, she's asking about certain people that you have interacted with, and one of the names that comes up is Bandit.
Sorry, who's?
Bandit. The ethereal reborn
Raccoon.
the Woken raccoon that Nikolai worked to help get him reattached or reconnected with Cinnamon.
Where you also got
friend.
Bojangles?
That's where we got
Bone
Bojangles?
Cast, yeah.
Holy shit, that is!
No, I just couldn't hear anybody when the name was being pronounced.
Yeah, Mr. Bone Jangles.
That now belongs to Mare.
That I've basically said, go with Osling. She has a place where you can be comfy.
And in this conversation, Nika sits there and she just is doing everything in her moon mouse ability and professional manner to basically avoid eye contact and remain professional at the mention of Bandit in the description of him. And Kippa, huh?
What more trauma are you going to give me?
Oh, bud. The bus hasn't even pulled up to the stop yet.
So rest assured, Tom, you're safe for a while.
Give it time. The
And
story's just starting. Bud.
and they speak back and forth regarding Bandit, and Kippa just sets, the personal relationships aside that she has, and she's asking as like an actual empress, and not sparing the questions or the details that she's asking about regarding this. And the conversation carries on for a while longer, and eventually she moves on to a different subject, and Nika looks over and she's like, "Can I have some alcohol to calm my nerves?"
Shit.
And Kippa just simply nods at this, and has some very potent alcohol brought in some elven wine to help calm her nerves before carrying on the conversation. And eventually Nika gets up and she leaves, and Kippa makes a few notes regarding the conversation, in addition to the ones that she took during the actual conversation. And she makes a circle on the parchment and puts a note there of something regarding a red cloak ? And a line drawing to another circle with the name Bandit.
Oh, great.
With another question mark.
Great.
And then, as we fade out from this little discussion, she draws another line to another circle and begins to fill something in. And now we're going to pick up with the kids in the library.
All right.
Not much, but something interesting.
Yeah. Nikolai's first success of helping someone may have been a wrong thing to do. Great.
Oh man, laying in the flesh wounds now. So, in this great library that has been long forgotten to time itself, we pick up with the kids. Have Mongo, you having been set on fire,
Crispy Critter Mongo.
and you
Didn't
now
realize Nikolai had the high ground.
Are you laying in the salt saying, "I hate you"?
Oh, Mongo does believe sand does get everywhere.
Is that why you don't hate it?
Imagine being on a sand made of, or a beach where the sand is salt
Oh,
and it gets into all the places,
God, that would burn.
like ultra fine salt. So I just see the cringing from across the table.
I mean, isn't that just like the Dead Sea, though?
You don't know how dead the sea is.
It's just a very salty place. Nothing lives there.
You don't know that. Have you been to the bottom of it?
People think people have, and it's literally like nothing's living there.
Crustaceans are very, very durable critters. They like volcanoes for some reasons. So, Cayenne, investigation. Oh no.
Oh, Cayenne's turning to light something on fire? We should just not. We should just.
Careful! I'm hoping it's you.
What did you roll?
A 1.
Oh. Oh dear.
Okay, so it's gonna be one of those fucking episodes.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
I just need a soundboard over here where I can just hit like a momentary Benny Hill cue.
But that's Scab's theme.
I mean, it's not wrong.
It's Manny's life theme.
Also not wrong.
Yeah, okay, we're gonna do it this way. Some dice, I'll grab these. Because I'm being a
Our
little,
studio is just going to be all kinds of smelly.
oh man, are they?
Smell that from here.
the smell.
I didn't, this is the goblin dice,
Oh.
not this.
What am I? I smell something.
It's probably the case for it.
Probably.
I did just take out mine.
You just take
That's
those out.
probably what
That's
it
what I'm
is.
smelling. I'm smelling like metal.
Yep.
It's just wafting across the room. So, Scabbard, as you walk away from the scene of what happened, you're like, nope, not getting involved, not getting involved. And the next thing you see is stars as you go into a full cartwheel and land on the ground with a thud. Cayenne, you stand there for a moment, having been spooked by a shadow that moved across the books because you're in an unfamiliar place. I would say you just naturally kicked when he kicked real quick, and you turn around and you see what you made contact with, and you see Scab laying there.
Huh. What? This
And you are
happens
seeing
so often.
stars.
Good
This
thing I have
happens
my helmet
so
on.
often. At least I didn't. At least I didn't sit on him or kick with both hind hooves.
It was just one hoof that just like a quick quack to your skull. And you're just laying there, and that's what you guys situation you both are in.
Oh, ow.
Oh.
What just happened?
All I can hear is my organs.
My head.
Yeah, we're gonna. We're just gonna do medicine.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
made you
we're
do a full cartwheel through the air and land pretty uncomfortably.
yeah,
Just
we're just gonna do medicine to remedy this.
You ever seen the
Cartwheel into a pile of scab.
You ever seen the Freezer saga of Dragon Ball?
And oh, it's the Frieza saga. Okay.
Where Krillin gets kicked so hard he drags across the ground.
Mongo. Hi, friend. Nikolai, do an
Yes.
investigation for me. Do it, bitch.
Okay.
Okay, so this isn't gonna hurt that much. Based off your initial reaction, it's like, okay.
No, good roll.
I just opened. Those ones.
20, 23.
23.
Mm-hmm.
Do you check on Mongo to make sure he's somewhat okay?
Well, yeah, I was like,
Okay.
I just put out the fire, fix the thing, and go over Mongo and make sure he doesn't. Mongo. Sorry. I didn't see the thing. You know, I'm down here. It's up there.
Every fucking time
Sorry.
something has to happen.
It's always you. Yes, I understand. I mean,
Yes.
happening to you.
I've been set on fire. I've been electrocuted. I've been kicked. I've been thrown through windows.
Hey, I've only accidentally lit you on fire one time.
Fucking temples. What do I not pray fucking hard enough?
I guess not.
Not often enough? Wrong guy?
I don't know, man.
What the fuck?
And a crisis of faith.
Do you have any idea how bad getting set on fire fucking hurts?
You're. It's probably way worse than being, swallowed and eaten. Yes.
I don't know. I was swallowed by a fucking plant.
Yeah,
That didn't hurt nearly as much.
I can imagine so. Yeah. Sorry.
How many motherfuckers have we fucking lit up? This is what we've been doing?
Can only really. I mean, they're all evil.
Most of them.
Oh fuck. We gotta fix that someday.
Yeah, I've got a plan. I just don't know how to execute it.
You?
Of course. I've had
Well,
time to think about it. Of course I have
Chair?
a fucking plan. All we gotta do is find a way to resurrect him. But
But this was now
Back
months
then.
ago.
it's oh my god, that guy. It seems like fucking a lifetime or two ago.
Well, family would have been moved on by now.
Scav,
Exactly. That's why we just have to find a
Cayenne.
way to resurrect him then.
Cayenne, you patch up
Oh.
Scabbard, make sure
The whole Chronomancer stuff.
Yeah,
Huh?
all we do is just bring
Yeah.
him back
in one piece.
after we've left town.
One of your
Did you-
teethies is loose though.
Mm.
Did you need me to roll a medicine for that? Because I kind
No.
of
It
did.
took us
No,
a few
I have
days
pity
to
on
get
you.
to
I'll
town
just give it
after
to
we
you.
did that. That might work.
Loose tooth, huh?
Yeah, it's
So we-
fairly loose.
Would we have to do it before we tell them?
Good thing those grow back in reptiles all the time.
After-
Reptiles
and
do
then
reptiles
just have
do
them,
lose their
like,
teeth all
somebody
the
there
time,
to-
and they
it's like,
always
"Oh,
grow
by
a
the
new
way,
one.
Yep.
People said that you were
At
dead.
least you're
and,
not like a shark.
Well, reports are exaggerated.
I think that
Huh.
would be terrible.
Would it be easier just to somehow tell ourselves not to hurt that guy?
Then start fucking with the timeline. Could have unforeseen Because then we might not have made some decisions, so then we wouldn't be able to actually come to the conclusion to do that, and could wind up causing.
Yeah.
God, is it fucking hot in here? It's snowing outside. I should be fucking sweating.
I don't know why she has all these freaking torches going in a library. It's crazy.
You have to see.
Yeah, but like,
That's kind of a dick thing to do, is not have any light inside of a fucking library.
yeah, but
Okay, here's all these books. Here's all this knowledge. By the way,
Mongo,
lights out.
Mongo.
Dark vision.
Do you know
Not a one key
of the
solution
spell
there,
called
bud.
Continual Flame? Or
Think
is
of
that
it,
just a
but-
spell?
I'm just gonna pull that loose
Oh.
tooth. It'll grow back.
Or is that just a spell?
Hey, you can pull out a tooth,
Mm,
I think I've heard
and
of it.
you pull out the root and all,
I can
Yeah,
cast it
it'll
at
and there's
sometimes.
still some
Ugh.
meat attached
Let's
to
get rid
it.
of some of the like
Mm.
most dangerous
Mm.
ones in here. For it.
I have a terrible story
just-
about
It
that.
looks like
You
fire.
got
it just
me
doesn't
good,
burn.
sister.
It burns forever. Reduces the
Gonna
same amount
wanna
of light.
ask
You got
permission
me
before
good.
I'm
casting spells in
sorry.
here.
It's okay. And I'll lesson restoration it.
So we should do that. Okay.
I've
Remember her
actually
name?
cut out
Beth?
a tooth
Elizabeth?
with a pair of scissors before.
I've had a few things since then.
It was literally hanging by what looked like a string, and I cut
No,
it.
I'll go to the.
It's called a
spot
nerve,
that we
dear.
had.
I bet that felt amazing.
I was a kid, so I ran to the bathroom. I ran to the kitchen and just shoved salt in my mouth and called it good. Laid down and took a nap.
Okay, I did hear that story.
You don't want to hear that story. Continue your conversation.
How many times could I cast that spell?
All right.
I'm assuming that we're all going to find information at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm headed to find the library. Elizabeth, I think it was her name.
hmm
So just gently call Elizabeth. Go to where I last saw her.
You look around a little bit since you're standing there with him, and
No,
as
I'm
you
pretty sure I'm still just laying there in a pile of fuck this.
I'm pretty sure
Or sitting or something.
you're probably leaning on the bookshelf like fuck. And you look over at your brother and you look around a little bit, and then you just see her standing behind him.
You walk in the direction I was going to try to fucking
Nikolai.
find her. What? What? Oh, hi.
And she's still holding the sandwich.
So in
A tomato falls and lands on your head like a hat. I'm not sure how to. Strange things.
keep the tomato.
Sorry, I probably should have wrapped that up. Still getting used to the whole.
So I've noticed that you have a lot of burning fire in your beautiful, wonderful, amazing library.
Honestly, not a fan of it. I have many legs, and sometimes you do bump one or two.
Is that why you didn't just kill me? Because it happens?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I have.
Then fix it.
I can cast a spell on 3 of your torches. So they will never light anything on fire, but always be lit.
I said fix it, and she heads off.
Okay, I will analyze. I will analyze the space to see which one are the 3 most obviously dangerous ones.
All right. Tinkering. So you head off to find information. Do you head off to find information?
First, I'm going to make a note. Fuck, I don't really know anything down on that to-do list.
Investigation.
24.
Yes,
I like the
investigation.
stinky dice.
I like the
It's two
stinky
19s
dice.
in a row.
Those are really hard to see when you don't have light. $24.
Okay. Go ahead, Cayenne. Roll. Let's see what you get for your investigation.
I got a 16.
Yeah, it's not terrible. It's not another one. So we will start with you, Cayenne. You do wander around looking for more information regarding those within your circle of deific nature. And something catches your attention. It's some scrolls in a section. And you open it up and you begin to read about it and examine it. And it's regarding the Lady of Crows. The other person in your new strange pantheon.
The one that Osling made an alliance with.
Mm-hmm.
What's
Smart
You-
to
what?
be smart
you-
to learn about her.
Yeah. Her actual name is. Everybody refers to her as the Lady of Crows. She is actually formerly known as the Queen of Crows, or Mori Dior.
You will have to send me that name later.
Oh yeah, that's a fun one to say. And the crows are actually what she refers to as her children, and she treats them as such. And if someone disrespects a crow, it's disrespecting her personally.
Dude, that sounds like Lolth with her spiders.
Lilith is a psycho.
She is, but she views her spiders as children, and anyone who disrespects a spider, the sentence
Dis-
is usually death.
Yep. And she basically resents anything that's unnatural death, liches specifically. And yeah, she has a personal servant referred to as Dandelion. That's basically a living shadow, and those that try to elude death and traveling to the other side, he usually tracks them down.
So they're like a bounty hunter for the dead,
Yes.
or those
And-
about to be dead.
And usually you know if she's been involved and Dandelion's been involved, is the body has a Cheshire grin and dandelions growing out of its eye sockets, reaching for the sky.
That sounds very uncomfortable.
Huh?
That's really cool.
Sounds very uncomfortable.
The most interesting fact you learn from these documents is that when she was referred to as the Queen of Crows, and you haven't found this in any of the modern documentation regarding her, that she was actually married to Victor von Strahd, the Lord of Dread.
Huh.
But they separated and they had a massive falling out, and she now despises him. They
That's
are-
good.
They're enemies at arms.
Scorned lover.
That
That's terrifying.
Woman
is,
scorned.
oh, she's not to be fucked with, and he fucked with her.
If he oh my god.
Wakey
Whew.
wakey, eggs and bakey.
I'm awake, I swear.
Dude, you're yawning more than me, and that's impressive.
I got plenty of sleep too.
So,
Makes no sense.
So that is some interesting information that you find regarding the Lady of Crows. You also find a little bit of information regarding the Lady of Blood. Is that a lot of her followers have been more or less dispersed because they actually opened up a holy crusade in her name, and she didn't approve of it. And they basically murdered swaths of people in her name because of they took the term truth too literally,
That tracks.
and anyone that spoke with so much as a inkling of a lie, they executed on the spot.
Alrighty.
I don't like them.
But
that
she
that,
didn't.
that
Yeah,
that
because
tracks.
Mongo would probably get caught up in that problem.
She didn't
Mongo
approve
doesn't
of
fucking
said
lie.
holy
He just
war
doesn't
or
reveal
their
everything
ways,
right away.
and
know.
Straws
the
it out.
current leader,
Which
the
can be
current
seen as a lie.
hierarchy of the
Deception.
Lady of Blood has basically
If
purged
you
them from
present some
existence.
information and somebody comes to the wrong
That's
conclusion,
good.
it's not Mongo's fault entirely.
But there still might be some of those followers out there that believe in the absolute truth, and that if someone so much as considers lying, they will execute them.
Yeah. That's a no.
Yeah, they need to calm the fuck down.
Yeah, just a little bit. So, what'd you get for your tinkering over, champ?
24.
24. Nice. You look around a little bit, examining the space, and you pause for a moment, and your whisker twitches with fear. You see this one of the main chandeliers of this area that
Mhm.
has all these candles on it
Mhm.
is right over a main documentation long table where there's a lot of scribing happens.
Oh, God.
Oils.
This place is a fire death trap. I totally understand the use of fire and but why in a library?
Tom's over there having a heart palpitation.
So this is where Mongo's gonna fucking die.
That
Appropriate.
chandelier falls, everything is just going to go up in flames.
He died doing what he loved,
How
exploring
many
books.
There's worse ways to go.
torches or lanterns or candles are in the chandelier?
It's a 4-ring chandelier, 4 layers.
Oh, that's
So it goes down to 4
many.
layers, and it's just
many.
illuminates the entire main hall area, essentially.
Damn it.
Okay. I would like to send my mantis tool up to where the chandelier is attached to the roof, so I can get right up there to investigate using its eyes to see if it's still nice and secure.
All right. And tinkering.
And sit down out of the way. Send the mantis tool up there to look at.
What are you looking for particularly, Mongo?
Answers to why something always goes wrong whenever Mongo enters a temple. What? 'Cause I don't remember. Is this just like a library of deities?
Yeah, this entire place is dedicated to basically preserving information on various deities that the people have come across.
15.
And as you're sitting there thinking, Bot comes and sits down next to you.
I don't know. Unless he's making a lot of noise, I don't see it because I'm looking through the mantis eyes.
And it's pretty well secure up there, but you're instantly pulled out of your mantis tool as Fott licks your head. He's like,
Oh, hi, Fot.
touch of tomato
Yeah.
and something else.
Stress.
No, it's food.
This place is a fire death trap.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you happen to know of a spell called Continual Flame Thought?
You see his
It's a
eyes
cleric
just
spell,
become
so he might know
pinpoints
about
as he just kind of disconnects for a moment.
Okay. It's a spell that allows you to create a fire that doesn't burn hot. It doesn't use any fuel. It lasts forever.
He kind of tilts his head a little bit. I had to deal with someone that came to the temple that had a rash like that.
Oh wow.
That sounds terrible. Okay. Well,
One special goblin.
so there's nothing I can do about the chandelier, right? It's hundreds of candles. So I will proceed with the. You said it looks secure. Okay. I will, however, provide the recommendation to remove stuff from underneath the chandelier. Just make it an open space.
There's this massive table. It's about, I don't know, like as wide as that tip of that table to the tip of that table.
That's a big damn table.
And it's like from where I'm sitting all the way to the back wall of the kitchen.
That's a big table.
And it's covered with, like, you know,
All kinds of random haven't been shelved and stored.
thick stone things to put books on, stacks of books, scrolls, parchment, inks, cobwebs,
Terrible situation.
dust.
So I will proceed to the other three that I identified as very dangerous. Snuff them out with prestidigitation and then.
Yeah,
And
there's one.
I will mention that it's gonna get dark for a second or darker for a second.
There's one in like a offset, what would be like a pantry type room, but it's
Mhm.
filled with oils and stuff. And there's a
Oh
small
my
torch back
God.
there. On either side are just like these barrels of oils and inks and such.
Let's store flammable stuff next to the space heater. Great idea. God.
Mongo's out there having heart failure at this place.
Mongo is a firefighter. He'd probably just be noping the fuck out.
So yeah, that one's got continual flame on it now.
And then there's the giant, like, you know, fireplace as well. That's at the very way on the other side of the actual library, towards the back wall.
Okay. So it's like just an open fire pit or something?
Oh, hi there, buddy. Can I help you?
Because generally speaking, fireplaces are pretty safe.
It's a giant fireplace,
Uh-huh.
and it kind of comes out into a circle
Uh-huh.
where you can gather people around just to talk about books and stuff. And you can see that there's a fire roaring in there, and it's kind of dancing around a bit because all the windows behind it are broken,
Uh-huh.
and all glass is laying everywhere, and snow's coming in. You can see piles of books there, and you can almost see like a flame swirl around and wisp along the.
Oh Jesus. Well, okay, that's a whole nother problem.
This place is not up to code by
So
any
the
standard.
windows are broken, but there's glass everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the glass is probably there to mend the windows. So I will call Mongo on the ascending stone and let him know about that. Mongo.
And there are like
Yes,
these
yes,
massive double windows that are just broken open.
Hey, Mongo.
Yes, Nikolai.
So there's a giant fireplace here that's being whipped around like crazy for heat, but it's being whipped around like crazy because all the windows around it are broken. But there's a whole lot of glass on the floor.
Well, that's usually what happens with broken windows. Yes.
Yes. So I think with some combined efforts, we can make this fire safer using mending. Want to try?
Because putting the fire out is not an option.
Well, without the fire, it gets really cold in here.
It's a little too
It is a
warm already.
fireplace.
And I'm worried I'm going to wind up face first in it.
I get it.
Sorry, making my way over begrudgingly. Thought she was reaching for dice. I got scared. It's like, what? There's broken glass. Let's see.
Look.
He's already been burned. Let's see how many cuts he gets.
All right. It's time to Home Alone this. Let's see how many
Oh,
injuries we
God.
can cause.
Really?
Look, those two only survived because they had plot armor.
do, we,
Anybody else?
do we have plot armor?
Yeah.
No!
Mongo gets dragged across the glass like it's Legos. Ah, yes. Now you can actually hear me.
I was able to hear you
I
before.
love Legos. And I
So,
found one that
what was
was
your
coming
roll?
out that I
24.
really
24?
liked.
You wander off
Just
to a
that.
corner of the library, and you can hear the echoes, not really the actual like words being said between Mongo and Nikolai. And you're like, oh, they're plotting something. You hear this too, Cayenne, off in the distance in this massive library.
Mm.
And you find a section, and the author or the cleric or priest or paladin, whoever is responsible for the section there, the lantern next to the essentially the bronze plate has suited it and aged it so much you can't tell who it was. The iron is now a darker color from constant exposure to heat.
Can I use my calligrapher's tools to try and see if I can't, like, retrace it a bit to get an idea of it?
You can certainly try it.
What do I
Sleight
need
of
to-
hand.
16. Wait. Yeah, 16.
You get it and you look at the writing on it. It's draconic in nature, but it's not a draconic you're familiar with.
Use my tools, press parchment there. The old rubbing trick to get it on. Fold that up, put it away for now.
Yeah, you have people that can possibly read it, but do you go into the area to see what it's about?
I will.
There's no actual books in this area. It's all rolled up scrolls that are wax sealed.
Oh, this is an old area then. Okay.
And do you start cracking some of these open?
Yeah, I'm gonna explore and
Yeah.
start
With the roll
researching.
you got before, you sit down at the table and the chair creaks a little bit, and you're like, okay, this was made for a much bigger person than me. And you start to break the wax seal on one of the scrolls, and you open it up, and the way that this person documented the various deities that they studied, they basically wrote them like journal entries, and each one of these you're like, oh, it's a different time journal time type
Hmm.
of deal. And you look at the first line of it, and it's in that same draconic language. You can't read it.
This is very old. Pull out my stone. Mongo.
Yeah, manga's a hot topic right now.
Question for you, buddy. I don't suppose you happen to have a potion or a spell that can help one understand languages?
I don't know if I can cast any of those on somebody else.
Comprehend language? I think you can.
Self.
Self, huh? You can't.
But I also have another option.
Cayenne, what are you doing?
Cayenne's mostly just getting what information that she can, and then she's gonna try to find the brothers wherever they're at.
You do find that information regarding your lady and the Lady of Crows. Do another investigation for me.
My digital dice are not with it today at a 1.
Ooh.
Oh fuck.
Oh, I need a four-sided die.
Uh-oh.
That works. So this is what happens. Oh, this is gonna be glorious. I might need dice for damage.
Oh
God.
god.
Really?
Mongo, as you
Fuck.
step off to the side to figure out what Scav is doing. Cayenne, you go to find the brothers like you stated, and you head to where they were discussing things, which is towards the fireplace. And you head over to that area, and something whisks right past your backside, and you spin around to confront it, and something else spooks you, and you end up kicking Nikolai across the glass.
Ow!
And you hear him thunk into a table
Oh,
as he takes
I don't get any type of like deck save. It can't just happen. Fuck.
21 points of damage
Holy fuck!
from her kick in the glass that's now cut into you.
Oh,
Ain't that a kick in the glass?
oh God.
That's so much worse because he's so much smaller and he doesn't have armor.
I think
You
this
too
just
have armor.
submits the idea of Cayenne going through changes.
And yeah, you do spot Nikolai crumpled up into the leg of the table.
Not
Hey.
breathing.
A slight trail of blood from where he bounced off the ground through the glass.
Time to do some more medicine. Again.
And as you look over your shoulder, you see Cayenne walking over to Nikolai. You can see the little blood wart and him crumpled up into a leg of the table.
You're still not the only one having a bad day. That'll happen this time.
Time to do medicine.
Time to make the dawn.
Go ahead and roll medicine,
Okay,
Cayenne.
I do have one question. She has had to patch him up so many fucking times by now. Does she get at least like familiarity?
Is her DC lower?
Yeah, it's like, does that lower the DC, give her advantage? Because she has patched all three of us up kind of a lot.
What'd you get there, Cayenne?
A 9.
A 9? As you walk over there to see what the situation is, Cayenne picks you up, Nikolai, very gently, and she pulls a piece of glass out and it splurts and it hits you right in the eye.
Oh, fuck. Ow! Oh, that stings. And prestidigitate Nikolai's blood out of my eye.
This is so.
And you realize that
Can't we
piece,
just like go to a fucking library?
you realize that piece of glass was in your liver. The Jackie Chan Adventures
I'm gonna-
catchphrase is definitely getting its rounds today. Bad day, bad day, bad day.
You know what? Cayenne is going to reach out to Fought in whatever way she can.
Just yell.
Help,
Yeah.
Fought.
Bot walks
You're-
over and he's like, "Hi."
Your assistance is needed. I got scared and now Nikolai is gushing red stuff.
Ah. He goes over, puts the finger in your. It appears it got your liver, and his finger's inside of you.
Oh,
And he pulls it out, and he's like,
God.
"Ooh."
Oh, fuck, that would hurt so much.
In my professional opinion, that's a pretty bad injury. All right, Pot's gonna fix it. And he goes
Thank you,
over to
Pot.
the fireplace and reaches into it and grabs a piece of hot coal and breaks it up.
Oh no.
And then comes over to you, Nikolai, with like a little pebble-sized piece. And he just puts into the wound. You can hear it sizzle all the way in. The visible pain from everybody at the table.
God. What did
I've
Nikolai do to
I've
deserve this?
cauterized one of my own wounds shut. So
And he gets it to the point where he needs it, and then he casts restoration, and you can just, the pain goes away. But oh, did that initial like
Fuck, that would hurt.
Pot's
Yeah,
like,
and knowing that it hurts and that there's nobody standing behind you jabbing a popsicle in your back.
Chad feels pain from this too.
And people think critical failures on not combat actions is stupid. It's fun. Do it, guys.
And you just watched Pot do this.
At least I'm not the only crispy critter.
I think Osling had the right idea.
What?
Staying home?
No, having 2 legs instead of 4.
Hasn't helped us. At all.
Hasn't helped me at all. Do you have any idea how many times I've almost broken a leg or multiple, or how many times I've had
Pot-
something
or
sharp go
Cayenne has
into my
officially
hoof?
hurt every single one of you this session.
Oh shit, she has.
No, she hasn't gotten Mongo.
Yet.
Yet. Now, when you're saying how many times you've broken a leg, is that yours or are you counting ours as well?
To be fair, the times I have broken things on you, it has been complete accident.
Okay, well, okay, it's about 50-50. Some of that's been accidental, some of that, well, we just needed to learn. not
You're
do
able to
certain
track
things
down the rest of
hard
the
way.
family from the talking.
But I don't know if you remember when we went to help Maggie and I had to summon where we needed to go for Feisty.
Yeah.
I fell from a tree.
Mhm.
Okay, what's broken now?
And then you smell burning meat.
What smells good?
Screw you.
Fuck you.
Fucking traitorous bastard. First he abandons his brother who's burning. Then he comes over,
Ne-
oh, it smells good.
Needless to say, I don't need to be in dark places.
Fod looks over at you. He walks over to you and he's like, ah. And he reaches into his pack and he pulls something out. I was keeping this for a special day, but I think you need it more than I do. And he pours it on your head, and then the smell hits you. You can tell that he was possibly making some sort of new concoction, but it's essentially taking fermented milk and blue cheese and turning it into like a block of cheese, and he just rubs it all over you into your burn wounds, and it starts restoration.
Oh god, the smell must be rancid.
And the smell hits you, the rest of you too.
Not a good smell.
And it's just oozing down, burning your eyes as it goes around your eyes from the liquidy parts of it.
No.
Fod looks at you. Puts the lotion on his skin and it heals.
I hug Fod.
And it's a very moist hug. But that smell is just burning your nose it's burning your nose to a point where you can almost taste it.
Oh, like the dice. I could taste the dice from 2 feet away.
At least it'll be well seasoned.
Ugh.
What got
No.
you so spooked, Cayenne? You're usually kind of like a little chill.
In case you haven't noticed, Nikolai, we have extremely bad luck in these places.
Not
cleaned
to
a lot of
mention,
them.
I kind of have shit vision when it's dark. I can't tell what is moving around me.
You
You
have the
know.
goggles.
Don't you have some goggles of dark vision that Nikolai got you or made for you?
I do, but I use those when it's like pitch dark, not
Well,
dim light.
it helps so much better.
Come here, Nikolai and Mongo, the two of you.
Not,
Just come here.
not.
And put my hand on Nikolai's head. And place a hand on Mongo's shoulder.
What are you doing?
Quit complaining. And
What
then
are you doing? Remove his hand.
lay on hands.
I removed his hand before.
Fod's already been healing them.
Oh, okay.
Apparently, Fod's healing isn't good enough.
Fine, I will not lay on hands.
Non-consensually, anyway.
It's called aggressive healing. Get it right.
Ugh. So when you said all the pain goes away, that healed. It's healing.
I don't suppose anyone here is able to read Ancient Draconic.
Might be able to with the right spell.
Cayenne definitely can't.
I just know Draconic.
As do I. But I can't read this Draconic. It is
It's probably
old.
just a matter of spending time to decipher it. One language usually is a derivative of another language in such a matter. The symbols change a little bit because of time. Syntax
Cayenne,
changes a little bit because of usage. But
if you want, you can take a look at it and roll me a religion.
I can try something.
Well, I wouldn't have taken the scroll with me.
I figured you did, so that's what happened.
Okay, then I guess I took it
proceed
with me.
go back to mending the window so we can stop this roaring inferno from burning this building down and everything in it.
I'll hold up the scroll for her.
Roll it.
I'll
Hopefully
ta-
it's not a 1.
I'm hoping because if this dice color's not working, I'll switch to a different one.
You're a god. Will it to do better?
Well,
Just
me
did.
saying something got it at an 18, so
Cayenne, you look at it. you get the rough nitty gritty of it. It's not only written in like ancient dragon, it's written in celestial dragon.
That's interesting.
Meaning this was probably written by a high priest or a high paladin.
Huh. Well, it looks like this is potentially celestial draconic,
Celestial Draconic.
potentially written by a high priestess.
Huh.
I don't know draconic, so I can't give you an ideal like translation.
Fat, I don't suppose you happen to know the languages?
Bot knows lots of languages.
Do you know this one? And I open the scroll for him to look.
And you see him look at it and he's like, huh. And you see him reach into his pack and you're afraid he's gonna pull out another jug of something. As the blue cheese milk stuff runs down you still, getting stuck in your fur a little bit,
Yeah.
getting into all the crevices.
Mm-mm.
And he takes out a pair of goggles and puts them on, like almost like pulse like glasses on, but they're like comically oversized, obviously designed for like a much larger person. And his eyes look like little dots. And
Goggles
Yep.
of comprehend languages. That'd be fucking dope.
That would be pretty cool.
That would be so fucking dope.
and Fagius looks at it. Ah, yes, ran by a high priestess.
Can you help me translate these, Fat? I really need the help.
That might be a crime. Maybe you should learn to read it.
Yeah. Foreboding.
Okay.
Pod examines it. Well, it's by a high priestess regarding the pantheon of dragons, and, well, there's a lot of them. Anyway, he just walks off.
Thanks, Fat.
Thought,
Yeah.
not to, how long does the goop?
Spot takes off his glasses, puts them away. How you feeling?
Regretful of some of my life choices.
Then it's not done yet. Once you feel happy, you can take it off. And he walks off.
Oh
Oh.
shit.
Fuck.
Mongo gonna be forever covered in putrid cheese and milk. Learn to get happy, buddy.
Some of it runs into the corner of your mouth.
Mongo the Cynic, forever doomed to smell like rotten cheese.
Oh, I'm so fucked.
So you
Let's see,
have.
rip the mending on.
Are you just sitting there like?
I don't know what to do.
I'll at least,
What can I do?
because I still got two of the, I guess, window or panes on the goggles that I haven't identified what they do yet.
Yeah.
Try to mage hand them out and hold them up and look through them, trying not to get them covered in goop.
Oh yeah. You're hitting the slimy point where it's starting to congeal into ooze.
Oh,
Ew.
good. Now I'm gonna turn into a mutant.
Teenage Mutant Mongo.
I mean, I'm gonna get ninja powers.
What are you examining? The scroll?
First I'm gonna go to one of the other the ones that I haven't gone through yet, and see if perhaps they translate language.
Nope.
Didn't think so. With a shot though.
Cayenne, what are you going to do?
Clean them off, mage palm away.
I think Cayenne is going to find a place to be stationary so she doesn't break anything else.
All right. You wander off, and you get to the middle of the library, and you see the Elizabeth there, and she has a pestle and mortar out, and she put the sandwich in it. And she's just
Liquefying the sandwich.
Okay, I didn't put a whole lot of thought into giving the
That make-
spider lady.
That makes
Sandwich.
me wonder, do driders only have sustenance when it's liquefied?
you can certainly ask her if she's sitting there, just grinding.
Only juice box things, not numb them.
She does have a human or an elven upper body, which includes a head and a mouth and everything. So, yeah, that's
Yeah, but you
interesting.
don't know what's in said mouth.
Oh,
She looks over. Oh,
I've just never seen someone use a mortar and pestle for a sandwich.
oh. Well, I've never had one before.
Why are we always teaching people how to
I-
fucking eat?
Yeah, why are we teaching people how to eat all the
I do have a question for you, though. She pauses and said, what straw would be appropriate for this?
This is not Cayenne laughing at Isabel. This
Wacky whimsical twirl straw?
She's putting a sandwich into a mortar and pestle. She's gonna need a thick fucking straw.
yeah.
Other way, other way.
Given the consistency of the ingredients of a sandwich,
Oh, that
bread,
hurt.
meat, and vegetables, I think potentially a fork or a spoon would work better than a straw.
Oh, I've been adding some elven wine to it.
I mean, that would liquefy it. That would work.
I have a wide assortment of different straws.
I will take a look at her straws and see which one I would deem appropriate for a partially liquefied sandwich. Because it would take probably at least an hour of grinding that down.
Oh,
to
she's
make
just
it
been
liquid.
sitting there just gently grinding the fuck out of this thing, adding what liquid to it is needed to keep it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not even a paste right now.
Do an investigation.
If anything, I will examine the straws, and if I think it needs liquefied more, I will try to help. That was a 17 though.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
what's your investigation there?
My
I don't know if I
investigation
can
was a
sandwich
17.
if I can summon smoothies or not.
You can only try.
She opens her drawer. It's at this table, and you see a wide assortment of straws, like a bamboo straw that's thicker. You see a whimsy straw in there. You can see just like a typical, like what looks like the barbershop kind of looking straw with the stripes on it. You can see standard looking straws, all sorts of different thicknesses and such. And you're like, oh my god, there really are like a dozen different straws in here for different situations.
Huh.
You can see a metal one in there that almost looks like a dagger.
I would assume that would definitely be put into semi-live prey that's been paralyzed.
Or
Just
just pray
stab-
as being a douche.
Stab and slurp. I'm gonna see if it's liquefied enough for any of the straws that I see.
Nature.
At 22.
This is definitely one of the weird ones.
A little bit more work, and about maybe half an hour more work, and it'll be good for the thick straw. But you're just like probably at a crossroads of like, this is one of the weirdest things I've had to do in my life.
I'm
That's what
gonna try to
happened in
help
your
the best I
TTRPG
can.
game the other night. We spent 5 minutes discussing how to get a straw through a sandwich.
You mean get a sandwich through the straw?
Whatever. At this point in time.
I'm gonna see if I can try to help her liquefy it more to where it can be. That wouldn't be devoured. It'd be drank. I don't know how to.
Just trying to figure out how to drink a sandwich.
Try to figure out
Margo,
how to word this.
You hear the familiar sound of a mortar and pestle off in the distance.
It's insanity.
It's crazy because blenders don't exist. And I'm just like, my brain over here is like, why don't we just put it in a blender? I was like, wait, they don't exist.
I mean, technically, if you consider Cloud of Daggers, but really condensed.
If you really want to liquefy something, all you have to do is just set it somewhere and drop something really fucking big on it. And then just, kind of scrape up what's left.
Tabletop gaming, everyone.
I guess I'll wonder by, because apparently this stuff can't come off until I'm happy, and I don't think trying to liquefy the sandwich that Mongo is going to bring him happiness.
You walk over and you see you see Elizabeth with a mortar pistol, and you see Cayenne holding up straws.
Trying to find a proper beverage.
We are, we must liquefy the sandwich and find a straw that is appropriate.
I understood half of that. The second part I understand. The first one was a couple questions.
Definitely one of.
Yeah, let's go ahead and start with. I'm sorry, you said liquefy the sandwich. Sounds like a fucking episode title that we haven't used yet.
Coming next week, liquefied sandwiches. Is it really? And she looks over at both of you. Is it really that strange?
Those are combination of words that I've never heard before, and I just wanted to make sure that I was hearing them correctly.
Look, solid foods don't play well with my system, so liquid it is.
Had I known that, I would have tried to make something else.
No, we'll work our way through this problem one step at a time. It's like when I first
And-
discovered stairs.
And in a more liquefied form, at least you get every ingredient that went into making the sandwich at an even amount, because then it's perfectly mixed.
True. And as somebody who has a sister with multiple legs, yes, you are totally right about the stair thing.
Ah,
Stairs
Wow.
are evil.
and she's just sitting there with a little bit more liquid in there.
I'm helping where I can.
Do I have anything in my kit of drink making that would help liquefy the sandwich faster? Which is a combination of words I never thought I'd fucking put together, but
Nothing more than the wine she's using should do.
fucking Elven wine, so I mean, that should do pretty damn well.
I'm pretty sure it will be delightful once I get to the stage of where I eat it. At least I'm not juice boxing any of you.
Which is greatly appreciated, by the way.
I'm doing my best to make sure that does not happen.
So, you get the windows repaired there, Nikolai.
Okay, cool.
Takes you a bit of time.
Is there any remnants of a fire screen around here?
There was iron like around it, but that's about it.
No fire
It's-
screen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Scabbard, what are you doing?
I am not sure because I don't know what I can do, right?
Learning of the pain that goes with being stuck in a library filled with things you cannot read.
You walk over and you see the weird ritual going on of this
Liquefying a
sandwich.
Is the fire still like swirling around crazily?
It's calming down now.
Can it be calmed down to a better appropriate level by putting some of it out?
Actually, I
all
think I
fun.
know what I would do. That looks interesting.
Yeah?
I have a question for you, Elizabeth. Do you happen to have a codex of languages around here?
Not that I'm aware of.
I can't read this.
Well, you're not the first uneducated person to come through my library.
I will start snuffing out some of the flame to make it a more reasonable fire. And then proceed to the next two.
Well, you can go
Torches.
pick up some of the salt on the ground.
Yeah, there's been plenty of salt around tonight.
Where Mongo was set ablaze, you can go gather some of that salt.
I'm going to assume we cannot take anything out of here, correct?
No.
Okay.
Do have a spell that'll allow me to read different languages. Would it be okay with you, of course, if I cast that?
Oh, that's fine.
Greatly appreciated.
And she's just diligently just grinding away at the sandwich, turning it into liquid. As you're still looking through the straws, Cayenne.
Yeah, I'm looking at the straws and then looking at the mixture to see what the mixture looks like in compared to what straws would work.
It looks very much like a, I don't know, liquid oatmeal?
So a
Runny
kind of
oatmeal.
consistency that you could potentially like actually drink.
Yep.
Okay. I will look through the straws and pick the one that I think is suited best.
You find one and you're like, oh, the thicker straw should work for oatmeal consistency of a sandwich.
I
Terrible
will
words for me
let
to
her
say.
I will let her know that I think I have a straw that would work.
If you need anything to augment the it's more to your liking with the, let me know. I've got a few things.
Okay. Wow, that's spicy. And I thought Mongo was the burn victim.
Yeah.
So, as you guys, do you go look for anything specific that you want to research in here?
Do you want to probably look up speaking? Gav, go grab a couple of those. I'll try to translate
I'll go back and do some more research.
and kind of find, grab one or two that I can find on sleeping, find an area where both Scav and I can kind of sit and
Okay.
read a bit to him, like, old days. Let him jot a few notes down, and while he's jotting notes down, I'll read on sleeping.
You don't find anything regarding sleeping.
Really?
And you're realizing perhaps nobody actually recorded sleeping in here because he hasn't. The people haven't visited that documented the new deities. And then it sinks in. You're like, shit, there might not be. Do a religion for me with advantage since you're next to Scabbard. Oh my god, cheese.
He says, "You must attention me now."
Oh yeah.
6 and a 7.
6,
Uh,
7, damn.
yeah, so that's a modified 10.
Alright, I'm just gonna play this one. Scafford, as you walk back over the scrolls, Mongo looks directly at you and screams, "There's nothing on Speedbane or like the other new gods!"
Well, I mean, Mongo, they're new. There wouldn't be very much of anything on them because they're new.
Yeah, but like, how fucking new does one of them have to be? Like, Seething's been around for a while.
Don't know how
Oh my God,
everything
fucking-
works in relation to the gods.
Elizabeth looks down at the end of the table at you, yelling,
I'll walk over. I'm sorry. Been one of those days. Perhaps I'm in the wrong area. Knowing me, I'm probably way off. Sweeping.
Who?
Skycat.
"Who? We don't have a lot.
Show the symbol.
We don't have a lot on newer deities, as we don't get a lot of people visiting to document them. Bot is one of the few that actually comes through to update information and archive things. Again, a lot of the people that are a part of this organization no longer attend.
That's a damn shame. What does it take to add something to, if it's from somebody who's not a part of the organization?
Oh, that's easy. You would speak to somebody that is a part of it and relay said information or educate them about said deity so that it can be documented. But since beggars cannot be choosers, I suppose I can amend the rules and just let people submit information and wait for it to be verified. Nikolai's over there on a fucking mission to fix this place.
Yeah. So,
Do another tinkering for me.
another tinker?
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know if I'd be able
Ooh,
to do
natural
this,
20.
but-
Woo! Sweet.
You start to examine this place, and you kind of start wandering around a little bit away from the fireplace, and you eventually find some like another offset area where it goes into like a small like kiosk, hoist, whatever, like an indent, like a cul-de-sac almost
Okay,
of
yeah.
books. And Nikolai stars in Dungeon Repair Simulator. Oh my god. And you look at one of the books curiously and you're like, and you realize this areas. There's like different sections to it,
Mhm.
but the section you're in is various creator gods and documentation regarding them.
Mm.
And you see, there's actually quite a few within the pantheon.
Fascinating. Have I
Outs-
gotten the other 2 torches taken care of?
Not yet, but you're at this information. You can examine it further and then get back to that if you want.
Yeah, I'll take a look to see if there's any. I mean, very particularly, I'll look for any gods that seem to. I mean, I don't know how much I could do by a quick glance, like maybe by the way it's organized, but gods that seem to be associated, other gods or that seem to maybe be associated with Carl, and
Do an investigation.
lowest one yet. 15.
I don't think Hyan wants to hear about low dice rolls right now.
I'm not complaining. I'm just saying it was scary.
You check on it, and yeah, all the creation gods within this little area are actually directly related. You see that there's Carl, there's Eureka, that there's actually shut up. That there's they actually had twins,
Huh.
and you see that Carl's father is also documented.
And what are their names?
I will get that information to you.
Okay. So the children and his father.
Mm-hmm. What?
So, can you say that the creator gods made a family?
They really did. But the thing that really kind of like irks you a little bit about these creator gods is the children themselves. They're twins.
Mm-hmm.
One is the deity of basically making tinkering go wrong.
Oh.
And the other one is the tinkering god of success.
Huh.
The one is essentially a tinkering god of mischief, and the other one is a tinkering god of success.
Huh. Why in the hell anybody worship that guy?
And as
Mostly
you
when their rivals are kind of getting it right and they're not,
I guess
then
so.
they'll turn to the other
yeah,
guy.
and you kind of glance at the information, and the tinkering god of mischief, their creature to call are essentially gremlins.
Gremlins. I believe Nikolai had. Yes.
You're like, God damn it.
Yes, I believe Millen told him about gremlins. They don't like flying things. Great. Well,
You feed these gremlins after midnight.
Gremlins in my campaign are extremely violent little shits that are hard to kill.
So we could bring that information to the fleet to maybe ward off the gremlins.
So-
maybe the other brother will be interested in preventing the gremlins from showing up.
Or you can try to pray to them and weaponize them and launch them at the other guys.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
So that's some
See,
interesting
shit, I think
information you
if
get.
you're right.
Okay,
Yeah.
you said you were going to send me the names.
Mhm.
Thank you. So yeah, I'll definitely remember where this spot is. Come back and do the research after I finish the problem that I said I was going to fix, or start to fix, because like I could only do it 3 times today. I'm like a
Ryan,
wizard. I don't get my spells.
now
back
that
on
you've
short rest.
resolved the
I only get
drinking
one of those,
habits
too.
of
No, we'll
your
just
new
continue
friend,
back on short rest.
what are you doing?
I
was
guess
like,
just
The one like special.
I've
thing
got
I
the
was just
information that I need. I helped
Sorcerers get
Isabel,
short rest.
doing.
Warlocks. too.
so I guess
some of
I'm
the
just
smaller
going to
Yeah.
list of spells.
wait for everybody to get ready, and but I guess it would be good to search some of the shelves nearby.
Okay. Investigation. And you brought a few scrolls over to be examined. The information you guys get from that is that these scrolls are like beyond old Mongo. Like you're having to gently open them because they're just like so set. And you're like, oh, Mendine, as I open these,
Fuck.
so they don't fall apart.
So I'm also trying to keep all the goop and ooze off of them.
And you find your happy place. Old scrolls, finding information, and then yeah, the goop just kind of dissipates off of you as you.
Yeah, eventually I'm sure I kind of just Mongo takes over and it's just like starts reading it and so and he's like a little less active on trying to keep the goop off of it.
Yeah, and you see Mongo goes fully silent as he's looking at the scrolls and he's like, cross-examining them, not relaying any information to you like you asked.
It goes from reading to mumbling to
And you hear that sigh next to you.
what this is fucking fascinating. How do you oh, right.
Yeah, can't really take notes if you're not talking, brother.
Sorry, there's actually a lot going on here.
So this was written by a high priest of that essentially they defied they're a dragonborn priest that basically defied the ruling of both Tiamat and Bahamut.
Oh fuck, they actually agreed on something?
They said, no, I'm not following either of you. I will find my own path and I will uncover the history that you buried. And this is documentation of them actually retracing the history of Bahamut and Tiamat and their holy war.
Damn.
And the fact that they wiped out their children and other dragon deities so that they were the only ones that remained during the
Selfish
war.
Fucking pricks. That was player, not character.
And yeah, you find out there was actually like, at one point that the kobolds had their own deity that was basically disappeared to the sands of time. They were worshipped and then they were wiped out. And their followers were basically wiped out so that no one was left to worship the deity.
Wait a minute. Go back over that.
Yeah.
Scav.
Yes.
Fuck, this is probably the wrong time, wrong place. Say this. I think we just figured out how to deal with the. You know what? I'm not saying it here. I'm just not fucking saying it here.
And you're like, the fuck?
Yeah, no, you can see Mongo is fucking rattled.
And there's other mentions in the other scrolls regarding other deities that whenever they came across something significant, they wrote it down and they dated it, but the dates don't line up with the current cosmic chart of how they date things. That this is a different way of keeping time, like from long ago.
Are you okay?
I don't think we just realized how to build this fucking scroll is. How it managed to survive. There may be some enchantments keeping this thing going. And that's about it.
The really dry air and with all the fire might be helping too.
That's why it's so oddity.
So how much is Mongo sharing and how much is Mongo withholding?
Mongo is shook right now,
You
and
say
that
shooketh.
there were actually multiple dragon gods underneath of Bahamut and Tiamat. There was
All the god stuff I'll relay. The thing that Mongo just
that's
Kill
kind
them.
of bad.
dice over. That he ain't fucking saying that out loud right now.
But how shook is Scabbard right now, learning about this?
He is very quiet right now.
That Bahamut and Tiamat fought over the air and the earth, had a holy war, and Bahamut basically said no, and Tiamat said no, and they wiped out their own children that were being worshipped so that they can take the power base. And they basically just let the pieces fall where they did. And that Bahamut of all did one of the most spiteful things, not Tiamat, and that was rob the Cabal of essentially their place and their intelligence and their abilities. So they just became mindless dragons. Because they were the most loved by Tiamat.
Oh,
And she took the material dragons essentially as her. With that, you're able to get the information that you need, and Pot's ready to go back. Pot's actually rather itching to go back because he has to tend to his temple. And you leave Isabella.
Before we do,
we'll clean up like we usually do.
of course, but also, Isabel, how do we come back here?
She looks over to Fott.
Fought, how do we come back here?
Well, you make a portal and you step through it, and then you're here.
Right, but how does one make a portal to here?
You believe in it.
I'll work on that.
Before we leave, Cayenne's gonna pull the last 2 seeds that she's able to for this month out of her bag to give to Isabella.
She looks at them and she's like, "Here, these."
They're seeds that you plant.
Sorry, I'm not familiar with the process. We don't actually don't have any green around here.
Maybe
We
this will
have-
help to. Maybe this will help to bring some.
She looks at the rest of you like. She looks so lost right now.
Put them in dirt and put water on them.
Question. Do they grow well out of juice boxes?
Juice boxes. Is it
I would say that would be a fine starter, but once they get big enough, they have to be moved to something bigger for them to grow larger.
Well, what if you put the juice box in the earth and then plant the seed in it?
I would say that would work. Juice boxes are biodegradable.
Actually,
They
it
are.
depends on what the juicing would do, honestly, I think.
I don't
should
judge your
probably
eating
look-
habits.
I should probably look to see what kind of seeds these are.
Do a nature.
And I will let Isabel know that whenever I can come here, I will replace each one of these flames with a continual flame for you.
I got a 25.
25. The first one you identify it by its black outer shell and white tips on the top of it and the bottom of it. and you know it will grow into a skull tea seed plant.
That's cool.
It's highly toxic to most races, but a few races actually consider it a delicacy because they can actually survive the toxins.
I will relay that information to Isabella.
It causes the muscles to stiffen and turn brittle like fine glass and eventually shatter, and then you suffocate to death and die from it.
That sounds terrible.
All right, so when you need to make a stiff
I
drink,
I would let her know that I believe that this plant would be highly beneficial for anyone who is a potential danger to this place.
She looks at the three brothers.
It's a poison.
God, you know, a crossbow with the right bullets, that ain't a lot of fucking problems.
Why are you looking at me? I didn't do nothing.
You're with them. You're automatically trouble.
Oh, that's why you were looking at us.
That is fair.
Okay, you know what? She's not wrong.
The second one is actually a spiderweb plant. It's essentially a vine plant that will just grow rampant like spider webs and never stops growing until it hits cold, and then it will, or heat. It's very temperate in nature.
Hmm. So basically, the cold and the heat stops its growth.
Yeah.
I think that poor thing would never grow.
I mean, in the library, it would be fine.
Growing
In
in
the
these spots,
library,
well,
it
that's
would be
about it.
fine, but it would also not stop
Keep-
growing and potentially damage
Just-
the
yeah.
environment.
Yeah, let's not do that.
I think I will take the second seed with me because I don't want this place to get damaged.
Any further, it's already falling apart.
Yeah, because it wouldn't do much good to let it grow, especially with it being this absolutely cold and all of the flames. That's heat. So, but the poison plant that will be very beneficial for her.
She looks at the seed and she's like, she's looking at the seed specifically between two of her fingers. And she's like, well, I will certainly give it a go.
I'll give her a brief like breakdown of the best way to plant and keep this plant alive. And if she needs any help, she can always send a message for me.
You can literally just call your name.
That's true.
All right, look, Diane, how
That's
do I
very
deal with this
true.
plant?
Be like,
You
I
don't
will
want
always
this."
offer assistance with anything plant related, anything nature related. I offer my assistance.
Well, thank you, ma'am.
Of course.
It's wonderful, despite the circumstances, to have visitors.
It was
And if you'll-
it was wonderful being here. I enjoy libraries.
I don't get many visitors anymore.
We'll have to make
Perhaps
sure
we'll
that
have to fix
we
that.
visit a little more often.
That would be nice.
If you
It's
have me,
been-
I'll visit often because I need more information on the gods, the collection of gods information you have here.
Then he loves fixing things.
And I love, I really want to make sure that this
She
library is
looks over.
safe.
But how long has it been since we've last seen each other? And he's like, oh, a large number. And you see her thinking for a few moments. And she goes over, she checks a few candles, and she's like, 62 years. And you're the last person to visit me.
Oh, speaking of candles, I think I've got an idea. I just need to work on it a little bit to help with so that way if they get bumped over, they don't set shit on fire.
And it's like, you guys realize she's been in this place for 62 years by
By
herself.
herself.
Just had a lot of time to read.
Hmm.
A lot of time to read, yeah.
We should definitely have to make sure that this place is sees more visitors.
sees more visitors, and if you're open to the idea in the future, find someone trustworthy to help you, keep you company.
Huh.
I'm pretty sure that after we tell a certain someone, she'll be requiring access to your library at some point. Her name is Kippa. She's a wonderful little fuzzy kobold.
Huh.
Who's addicted to reading and will read everything in here twice.
Thrice.
I'm pretty sure she will be a regular visitor should you have her.
Interesting. The pot's like, time to go. And he just heads out. You guys can do an investigation on your way through again.
15?
I got an 18.
18.
18,
Yeah.
10.
Yes.
That's it?
That's
At least it's not a 1 and you didn't like
It's not a
cause
one.
a catastrophic failure in the structure
On the
that
way out,
destroyed the
yes, that would-
At
library.
least you
fucking-
haven't rolled 2 ones like a certain 4-legged freak.
Legged freak. Sheesh.
At least you're not an 8-legged freak.
That's
That's
a fun
just
movie.
rude given who we just met.
I was talking about a bad movie.
It's a good movie.
Great movie.
Okay.
It's such a fun movie. And it was filmed here in Arizona.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
I
It was
know.
filmed in the one mall right before they tore it down.
Oh, Metro?
No, it was not torn down. It just
The other
kind
one.
of doesn't exist anymore. Little
The
different.
Glendale one?
I almost said Superstition Hills.
I know which one you're talking about. I just don't know the name of it. But
It
I-
was early 2000s, late
good.
90s when they tore it down. And I believe Eight-Legged Freaks was the last thing they filmed there before demoing it.
And then they have like a steep discount on like the rights to that because it was being demoed.
I
Probably.
think so.
One of the
So,
reasons why.
as you guys head out, Fok creates the portal, and you each step through it, coming back to the temple area.
Pay attention to how he created the portal.
And before you guys actually head out in the main hall, you didn't spot it on your way out, but Cayenne actually is the one that catches everybody's notice on it. You kick some snow, and you actually feel your hoof bump into something that's metal. And as the brothers begin to investigate it, you look at it, it's a cloth tapestry that has names on it. And you're realizing these are probably the people that came to the library commonly, that are no longer visiting.
In 62 years. They may not be visiting because they're not alive anymore.
Yeah.
Gonna take note of the names that I see.
Read every name that I can read.
And scribe it all down.
Oh, yeah. Take these names down.
Yeah, and but oddly enough, you don't see Fott's name on there.
Ask him about that.
Hey, Paul.
These
These names are people who visit, right?
yes.
We don't see yours written down.
He goes over and he looks at the tapestry.
Help unbury it.
Do you cast mending on
Oh,
it?
yes.
Oh yeah.
A lot of times. If I got to burn a spell slot, let me know.
Go
Yeah.
for it.
Help as I can.
Get this thing back in pristine. Yeah, I'll go 3rd level. Fuck it.
All my level 2 spells are gone for the day.
You clear it off quite a bit. And Fott looks at it, and he kind of furrows his little brows a little bit. And you actually see that, like, he always has, like, that weird smile on his face. And you see him look over the names, and he points at one of the names on there, and he's like, "Fott's right there."
Read that name.
Yeah, read that name.
And it's the name Claveris Steep Stab.
Claveris Steve Stab.
Steve Steb.
Steve Stab.
Steve Steb. Why do you go by Fott?
That's my name.
But you said your name's that.
That's my name too.
Oh, okay.
Which would you prefer that we call you? Bot or
Well,
to be Steve Stab?
Does it matter?
yeah.
And he just steps through the portal like it doesn't
Oh,
even
I was
matter.
like, yeah, it matters. You're my brother, and I don't want to offend you.
So how did he make the portal? I was trying to keep him, like, watch him do it.
A lot of thought goo.
It's a mystery that will forever remain locked.
Follow him
Yes, I
through.
know. Like, well, Fought. For better or worse, we're basically taking you into our family, so whichever you'd prefer that we call you, whichever one brings you the most happiness, that's what we will call you.
Well, Fott really doesn't care. Fott is a servant of the gods, so therefore, a name's not important, just my duties.
But all names are important, Fat.
But you are important.
Cayenne knows something that others don't know. Well, except Mongo. Mongo knows because Cayenne told him.
And Fott's like, Fott's tired. And he just seen him fall over, face first onto that concrete floor.
I will try to catch him.
Yeah.
Jeez, face first onto the floor of the temple, huh?
See if
Cayenne's first order of business is to make him a bed.
yeah.
Sleight of hand to try and catch the falling Fott.
Everybody is. I would presume that even Ace is going to try to catch him.
Fuck yeah, natural 20.
I got a 13.
Oh, I haven't done anything.
You guys do manage to catch
Sweet. Modify 20.
Fott. And keep bless his poor soul from cracking into the ground. So, do you just place him into his poor rickety bed?
You mean that rag on the floor?
I mean, for now, but we're gonna go. He's,
Yeah, because
while
I'll
he's
sorry,
passed out.
he's just going to wind up floating above it anyway.
So now you have this information regarding Fott.
Take notes on that desk.
That desk is sad.
Does it look like it's just been cobbled together, or is this thing just broken the shit?
Both.
Fuck. Okay, I don't know if bending's going to make it better or worse.
I will try to make an assessment on its repairability. If I may, I guess I should ask.
Go for it.
That would be a 21.
You examined the desk a little bit because you saw Mongo examining it too. And you see his tail twitch, and it's that twitch of agitation. This thing was just cobbled together. You can see that the boards don't even match. They're all just crudely like forced into place. Some of the nails are bent. There's like a part of a screw that's broken off. There was no sealing done on the wood. It's just
Don't know if it would be offensive or rude to replace his desk with a better one? Or, okay, all right, I got an idea. I'll call upon Carl's father. Sure, why the fuck not?
Religion.
and say, and ask for inspiration on how to use the materials that this desk is made out of to make a proper desk with these materials. Inspiration on how to do that.
Now who's a whore for gods?
Religion, that would be religion. Where's religion? That would be a modified 20.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah. I didn't know I had a +4 in religion.
Why?
I don't know.
I don't know. He hangs around with a bunch of gods all the time.
Well, it's an intelligence score thing, and I have a +4 in my intelligence, so yeah.
You look at the pieces there, and you just immediately are just like,
I
good
can do this?
ideas. And you'll be able to go and work on said ideas to craft a better desk using the materials that are there.
Awesome. Want to help me fix this desk, Mongo? I got ideas. We can literally use all of the materials that this desk is made out of to make a fantastic desk.
Normally, I would say yes. But in order to help make that temple better, there is a potion that I have to try to whip up real quick.
Scabbard, where are you off to? Back
What's your
home?
idea?
Because it is much later in the day.
Well, you know that spell that you have? I need to try to learn that.
Continual flame?
Yes.
Cayenne, I'm
Oh,
guessing you're
because if I
headed
can put
home
that
to
in, if
Lumion?
I can bottle that,
Yes.
then every now and again,
Back
or
on.
And do
maybe just
research
whenever she
on how
decides
to
to
properly
do
make a
candle,
bed.
she could just, a few drops of potion.
Yeah,
And it's
back
like-
home.
It's going to be a difficult potion, I think.
You have a lot to think about and a lot to say.
Okay. Well,
You get back home,
Because
and
this way, if they get knocked over,
Kippa
again,
is
the whole
working
thing
on a
doesn't
few
burn
notes.
down.
yes,
I'm sorry,
I
what did you
know.
say?
you get back home, and Kippa's doing working
you
on a
gotta-
few notes,
no,
a few
produce
documents
sleep,
as
right?
you come in.
Knock knock so I don't disturb her. Just by
No, it's
barging
just in
in.
the common
What's the
area.
exact one that you use?
Hello, Kippa.
Produce flame.
She looks over. Scabbard.
Because
Late night.
Found something truly amazing that I think you would love.
Literally just cantrip. Produce flame.
But is
Just basically trying to get
took
like
us to this temple.
I don't have produce flame listed. on
Really
my
old,
artificial
ancient,
I thought you
decrepit temple.
literally got all
Long
research.
abandoned and forgotten.
In there, I do not. have
Housed by
produce flame listed,
a
that's why I asked for
single
specific-
writer.
Oh,
Friendly,
it's produce
actually.
flame, yeah.
I find that hard to believe, but carry on.
This
Cantrip.
is a
I
temple
don't
of
have that
knowledge
listed.
dedicated to
Well, I can easily teach that to you. So that,
quite
what I'm
possibly
getting at is that
all of the gods out
as an
there.
artificer that can cast cantrips, I
Huh.
can teach you that cantrip artificer.
And there's
which would
languages
allow
and
us
they're
to
ancient
create a one-to-one.
halls that
comparison with our
go
codex
on
together.
for
We
Yeah.
Who
I
knows
should
how
literally
long.
Be able to describe continual flame for you, and you would be able to
endless
interpret
information
it.
and knowledge.
Yeah.
A lot of it is quite old. In fact, have you ever
Once
seen
I
this
teach
name
you
before
produce flame.
in any type of reading? It was in Celestial Draconic, ancient Celestial Draconic, and
Yeah,
I
'cause even looking
take
up on
out
the
the
website, it says
inscription that I
specifically
rubbed out
produce
onto
flames
the
listed
with
through
charcoal
it
there,
only.
laid it out on the table.
Don't know what to say.
Hmm.
Oh,
She looks at it, and you can
it's
tell
from
that she
the,
knows how to read it already.
Is it
So I
from one of
sorted
the
out
books?
some of
One of
the
the
problems
collabs with
between your mother
what's
and
it,
myself
Magic
today.
Gathering.
That's good. Progress is always
So
great.
I
Don't
think
know
I
if
got
it's really
that by
progress,
the
but
background.
It's a start,
The spell from the background.
and that's all that matters is getting a
So-
start.
They
well, it brings up another mystery, Scabbard.
Let me check.
And
that.
that's your mother can't see any fates tied to me. She can look at people and glean like possible paths they might take. I'm a mystery to her and she doesn't like it. And I told her if she meddles in any sort of time affairs or manipulates things, I will personally have her killed by my own hand.
Let's not do that.
That's how I have a bunch of spells. So it's from the is it engineer background.
Well, I know I can get.
She
you
looks
the
at you and
info,
she's
so
like,
it's fine.
I've already told your
Yeah.
mother this, and she agreed to those terms. She is
I guess it would
retired.
just be a matter of
She's supposed to enjoy
to
her life.
strengthen the codex usability.
And
We teach you a
she's
spell.
head over heels
that
because she's
lizards
going
can
to be a
also use.
grandma.
It is pretty good.
That way
You should see this place as
build the
well.
Spell either on the wizard or the artificer side.
It's so in need of repair, though.
Well, if I knew where it was, I can dispatch people to take care of it.
Good idea. Let me see your hand.
She offers her hand.
I'm gonna take out the compass and focus on that library.
I was wondering how many spells get on my list. I didn't pick them.
And go ahead and find the path.
The compass spins a little bit, and then it stops. And you see the arrow just fracture and break to pieces inside of it.
Huh.
Scabbard,
Yes.
was that supposed to happen?
No. I'm gonna have to have that repaired.
She holds it up. You hear all the pieces inside of it
Ooh.
falling to one side.
And that's not gonna be easy.
Oh.
Depends on the skilled person who does it.
Yep.
It's gonna need a
Abilities of a person who does it.
it's probably gonna need a master tinkerer, because that was a magical item.
Ah.
Yeah, you're not good enough, Nikolai.
I guess
She hands
not.
it back to you.
Well, that's a shame. But apparently there are ways to return to this place. I just have to figure out how. But the day I do, I'll be sure to take you with me.
Why don't you go take a nap, get some sleep, and think on it? And I hear there's this very strategic things that a lot of people do in this situation called retracing your steps.
You see, that's kind of hard to do because Thought created the portal that allowed us to go there.
Well, it sounds like you might have a day to spend with Thought.
Yeah. I have many things that I have to do at the temple. It's gonna be a long day tomorrow, isn't it? Alright, well, you have a great night. I will see you in bed later whenever you're done.
We'll be soon. Just making notes on the Obscura. I interviewed each of them today.
I gotta see about getting the old man and mother to sort out the vault with the rest of the group.
Yes. Cayenne, swinging over to a whole different tonality here. You walk into your home, and you do your probably usual look around for Lumion. It is later in the day. And you find him in the kitchen, and he turns around, and there's one of those like classic chef hats hanging from one of his horns, and he's wearing a pink apron, and he has a bowl in his arm with what looks like a pair of tongs. Greetings.
Luthion's fucking adorable.
You look adorable.
I worked with Lady Feisty, and I have attempted to prepare a salad for you.
Oh, that's really sweet.
She said this was the appropriate attire for a chef.
Bad joke, Chucky.
Of course, of course, Feisty would have a hand in Lumion being cute.
And you realize he's not wearing anything else but that apron and that hat. Then obviously he didn't understand the instructions that it goes over clothes.
I mean, we're in the house, so why does it matter? I mean,
Yeah.
I kind of blinded fought when he showed up to the house uninvited. Uninvited at that time. I know we're at home and I know it is new for you, but Feisty didn't give you instructions on what to wear with the apron.
Is there more that I should understand? Is this not appropriate to wear when serving you or perhaps guests?
Serving cayenne?
Perfectly
Sure.
appropriate when serving food for both of us, but if we were to have guests, highly inappropriate. Like
Ah.
when I went to the door and I literally only had a glaive and had no clothing when Fott showed up.
Which is arguably the most centaur thing you've ever done.
He looks over at you and he gets a few of the wooden plates that have like edges to them so things don't fall out, and he puts salad on it. And does like a small container and puts some barbecue on there from Feisty.
Met a wonderful librarian today,
Did you?
tonight.
Well, it's past midnight.
Holy crap, we've been gone that long.
Yeah, because I was trying to think, what was the time when we were at the library?
It was noon when we left.
He looks over to you and he's like, as some coven would say, it's witchy now.
Between 12 and 3 a.m. is fun.
As you were saying, I did not mean to interrupt.
You're fine. We were gone for such a long time, all of the time is blurred together. But the librarian that we met, have only read stories about Driders. I never thought I would actually be able to meet one.
Well, generally speaking, from my experience, they're monstrous, uncontrollable beasts that only do the will of the spider god.
She definitely did not understand what a sandwich was.
Hi, Anne. Generally speaking, victims of the spider god are given to them to consume, well, as liquid insides.
Isabel did explain that, but you know how Mongo can summon food?
He can do. I suppose that's a useful talent.
Who's Isabel?
He summoned a sandwich, and
Barbecue chicken.
was it barbecue chicken or was it buffalo chicken?
Buffalo.
It was a buffalo chicken for Elizabeth.
Essentially, he summoned what's called a buffalo chicken sandwich for Isabel, and she thought the concoction strange, so after she explained that she cannot have solid foods because it does not work well with her insides, I got to help her pick an appropriate straw to drink the liquefied sandwich.
He looks to you and he raises an eyebrow ever so slightly. You always meet such interesting characters.
I do, and I don't mind it. The only creatures that I don't want to meet ever again are probably the Clips. Those little footballs with teeth are evil. They're cute from a distance, but when they're up close to you and there's more than one, no thank you.
They're just hangry.
Angry all the time. They're forever in a state of hangry.
They're like red caps, but hangry.
Ah, red caps. Ah, they're so fun.
I love red caps.
Oh, I knew you
50-50
would.
shot they'll either interact with you or stab you in the back.
What, a red cap? No, it's more like a 99% of when will they stab you in the back.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, it's 50-50. Will it be now or later?
It's usually now. Oh. Well, eat dinner. There's somewhere I want to take you.
At midnight.
Okay.
Does he realize she's been up all day?
Well, centaurs sometimes can roam for days at a time and not
Yeah.
sleep.
Yeah, probably.
Mongo, you get back home. And Coin is laying sprawled out in the middle of the bed. She's like, don't slam the door.
Take extra caution to not slam the door.
I tried to outdrink Holvar.
Oh no, not again.
He wanted a rematch.
I'll
You
make
do-
something to help with the alcohol poisoning.
You do know we have a rivalry at this point, right?
As long as it's just with alcohol.
Oh, I ain't going to pick a fight with him. I'm going to lose that one.
Oh, I'm pretty sure if he ever takes a swing, Cayenne, Gosling, and Alupa, and damn near anybody else will probably make sure he doesn't.
He might lose a limb or two.
Can't punch if you don't have an arm.
So, hope your day was more eventful than mine.
Swung in roundabouts,
Oh,
got set on fire.
first time?
I mean, I've had like a bit of, singed off, but this time I was like,
Fully.
just. I didn't realize that's what I did to people when I lit them up. That's freaking horrible.
Oh, if you think that's horrible, I got one for you. There's apparently one of the... Oh, she grabs a bucket and she throws up in it.
I hold her whiskers back
Oh.
and immediately start prestidigitating the.
She's like, also, there's apparently one of the Lords of the Nine Hell that does exactly that. They set you on fire indefinitely and you're constantly alive while burning alive. Regenerating as you're burning.
Just
Oh.
constantly burning alive. Right.
I do not like that.
Well, it's called the Nine Hells for a reason.
It's probably Mongo's place in hell.
Yeah, I'm wondering.
Or is it dirt?
There's also another one. Oh, one of the sisters of the Nine Hells where you're frozen, your limbs are, and then they're just broken with hammers. And then you regenerate and they do it all over again.
I don't like that either.
No, it's pretty horrible. It's called the
Well-
Nine Hells for a reason.
When they regenerate, do they put the fishes on your arm like Pop does?
What the hells are you talking about?
Nikolai may or may not have tested one of the gizmos that he has, which kind of may or may not have blown his fucking arms off.
You get the may or may not. It fucking happened.
Lieutenant Nikolai has no arms.
Thought attached a couple of fishes to these stubs, and apparently they.
All right.
Which, by the way, went to a library with Thought. Kind of also a temple of knowledge, too.
Look, I heard about some of Holvar's adventuring stories today.
Oh, God. No wonder you needed a drink.
Look, when you find out the extended family has literally skull fucked a Medusa, you look at the world in a strange way.
Huh.
All right.
What?
It is not a.
I hope that this
Collection
was
of words
before
I-
he met Mom.
And I thought liquefied sandwich was the weirdest thing I was going to hear today.
Well, apparently Holvar and the rest of the gang were adventuring, and there were threats thrown around, and Holvar's is like, I'm literally going to skull fuck you, and he carried out said action.
At least he's a man that stays to his word. And he makes a promise.
Apparently, if a god threatens you, you should take it pretty seriously.
Funny you bring up deities. I learned a few things.
Let me guess, you're going to start killing them all, but remember, they run in the family, apparently.
I was helping Scav translate some stuff, and it turns out one, there used to be a lot more dragon-based deities. They can't hear us, by the way, can they?
No.
Good. Because inadvertently, I think I figured out how to kill a god.
Well, there's various methods to kill a god.
Yes, Culver.
There's also various ways to become a god. But Holvar might be a good idea to be like, hey, how do you kill a god? Apparently, Jewel is a good way of doing that.
The modify memory spell just became exponentially more dangerous.
It's always been incredibly dangerous, Mungos.
Yes, but if we erase some, like, grab one of the high-ranking ones who praise a lot to a certain deity, erase their memory of that deity, now all of a sudden they become much less of a problem.
Yeah,
And if we do it to an entire army, now all of a sudden they're down a peg or two.
yeah, it's not that easy. But it's close. Oh, bardic tales of entire places just forgetting about God. But if there happens to be not one person there that actually believes in the god still has power. It's like, hearts to... And she throws up in the bucket again.
Trying to hold her whiskers and not get hit in splashback.
Oh, it's messy.
Clean it up after she's done yarfing.
Sit with the bucket clean.
Do something to freshen the breath.
Prestidigitate will do that too.
Hmm?
Prestidigitate will do that too.
Mm-hmm. Dude, like,
What?
legit, that cantrip's like one of the most powerful things in the fucking game. If I could do that in real life, it would be a world changer.
Yeah, I think we'd all pretty much be okay with that spell being permanent
Yeah.
in the world.
Yeah, means I would never have to clean a nosebleed with my hands anymore.
It would be remarkably useful for so many things.
The world would be a very clean place.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I need to read this, but it's too dark.
Light.
There we go.
So you're able to spend more time with Coin, speaking back and forth about your different experiences with things. You get back to your room and Starbar is there.
Hi.
And she's got a few, scrolls open.
What's you up to?
Working on a plan for a device. I refer to it as the don't hit yourself.
Hit yourself.
Well, yeah, it was kind of a joke between me and a few other tinkers, and it's actually turned into kind of a snowball effect of an interesting device. You see, it clamps around the waist of the person, and then it uses steam power to constantly extend a fist into their face.
Okay. To what end?
They're unconscious or dead.
Okay, interesting.
I was going on the exact opposite direction. I thought it was just like a bubble wrap suit, like a way overcomplicated bubble wrap suit.
So
Anyway,
it's like a trap you attach to someone's face.
it clamps around their midsection,
Uh-huh.
so they can't get it off,
Okay.
and then it just lines up with their face and continually punches them in the face with a metal fist. Ace just gives a thumbs up.
All right. That sounds interesting for sure.
I'm pretty sure it needs shoulder attachments, but I'm trying to figure out how to get those to work.
Yeah, it would definitely need shoulder harness because
Yeah, there's also the thing of like, well, how far do I want to take this? I could put spikes on the knuckles.
yeah. So you want it to be not necessarily deadly?
Well, that's the problem. I don't know how to keep it from punching somebody if it goes off.
Huh.
Remote clicker. Every time you push the button. Punch.
God, Mongo would abuse that to hell and back.
Motion sensor.
What?
A motion sensor.
Does
Or-
that exist?
Gyroscopic control. We'll use it for the retribution.
So
like
when they fall over,
when they fall
it stops
over,
over.
yeah.
It's actually not a bad idea.
But then again, if you're smart enough, you can figure out how to turn it off. So
I don't know how well even you, Nikolai, would be able to contend with turning something off that's constantly pushing you in the face.
you might have a point. Yeah.
How effective would Mongo be if he was being punched in the face constantly by a very angry fist that only
Almost already
wants
not
to...
that effective. You had punch to the face. It just goes down exponentially.
Do you think Scabbard be able to beat it?
I don't know, but they could probably be convinced to try.
Oh, good.
One of
I need a
us,
test
maybe.
subject.
One of us, no.
Scabbard, you feel your danger sense going off.
You're being volunteered for shit.
I've got a desk to build.
There's plenty of wood.
No, got to use specific wood.
Ah,
Yeah, you know Fott, right?
nope.
Nope. Well, he's, I guess, an adopted brother of ours. I guess you say adopted. I don't know. He's a friend that's a brother. So he is a very gifted cleric.
Well, I don't mean to sound rude or getting on a giant like pedestal, but aren't most clerics gifted because gods give them superpowers?
I mean, you're not wrong there.
Then
But
what's
I
the
think-
point
I
of saying
think-
he's very gifted?
He's more so gifted. That's what I meant.
Okay.
And he is the most humble soul I think I've ever met. And he refused proper supplies and resources when he took up residence at the temple, since he came to be with us while we're here.
Are you sure he's not insane also?
No, he is a little nuts too.
Okay, so
And I mean that in the nicest way possible.
so there's this person
Uh-huh.
named Fott.
Uh-huh.
Why does this sound like a gastro problem? That's a whole nother thing. That you've adopted
Uh-huh.
as family.
Uh-huh.
Okay. That apparently has superpowers
Uh-huh.
and is apparently super humble.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And you want to do what now?
He cobbled together a desk that barely is holding together. And as to not as to give him a gift. I'm going to create a desk using
You say
the
he's
materials.
a little insane.
Yeah.
Do you think he'll even notice the difference?
That doesn't matter. Don't
Right.
do it for me. I do it for him.
Oh, yes, but do you think he'll actually notice if he's insane?
It doesn't matter. He needs a proper
Okay.
desk.
You know, tomorrow I know the exact person to ask if they notice something if it's different. And they happen to be insane. I'll ask Cayenne.
Oh, I'm a mad god now. Okay.
Okay,
I'll run with
it's
it.
kind of funny.
So we're going to work on those plans before going to bed. Found an awesome library.
Was it full of tinkering secrets?
No, but it was full of gods you've probably never heard of.
Okay, I'm going
Or
to stop you
tinkering.
right there, Nikolai.
Hmm.
The last time I came across some sacred document of a god and nobody was looking, I used it as fuel.
You what? I didn't hear what you said.
She used it as fuel.
Okay. No.
Look, it burnt brightly. Perhaps it was divine burning. I don't know. It worked. I needed fuel. It was available. I used it.
You don't know, like, just produce flame?
Yeah, I do. But, you know, I was feeling lazy.
What?
Scabbard would be angry.
What? That's like so much more effort to burn a book than it is to just fire. Just burn stuff. Okay.
The fire was already started. It was getting cold. And I just reached over and needed fuel, and it was available, and it wasn't of any importance to me, so whoosh.
Fuck, even Mongo would be kind of pissed.
Yeah, don't share this story with anybody else. You'll offend too many people.
Oh, does everybody suddenly believe in gods?
Well, when you meet them on a regular basis,
Right, I have yet to meet a single god.
no, you've met a couple. I'll leave it up to them to let you know.
Did they do this to your brain?
Nope.
Do you have brain damage?
Nope.
What kind of baggage am I carrying around here now?
I
You know-
met a couple extra gods myself, so
We've got another person who can replicate magic items. We can get another helmet to prevent concussion.
So, back to Cayenne as you have dinner with Lumion.
Interesting thing that Mongo showed me, not only about myself, but what I could see in Fought. So, how I look to you and how I look to anyone who looks through his, I'm going to assume, arcane goggles, I look completely different to anyone that's not me.
Lumion sets down his plate. I can see your divine essence.
These goggles allow for that. But what I see is I just see myself as I stand, or technically sit before you. The biggest difference is I can see the threads of life that connect to each and every living thing. When I looked at Fought, I saw the same thing.
You know, that goblin always seemed a little bit more abnormal than normal.
Apparently, he's been around for a very, very long time, as you told me.
Correct?
He took us to this library where we met the Drider librarian Isabel. And as we were leaving, she said that he was the last person to visit her in 62 years. He also has another name he goes by.
And you see him actually set down his plate, and he leans forward very curiously. That is?
Was it Clavidius or Clevitus Steep Stab?
I love the mispronunciation. I actually put it on the server so that people know what it was.
Because I heard both Clavidius and Clevitus.
It's Claveris.
Claveris. Okay. Claveris Deep Stab.
Huh. Well, now I have a point to research.
This library was also different than any that we would normally go to. It keeps knowledge and records of the divine. But apparently there's new gods that aren't even recorded there yet.
Perhaps. I've heard rumors that there were 5 of these libraries created. Repositories of the gods, eventually, to document them. There's plenty about mortal history, but there's not a lot about the immortal history. And that's what these libraries essentially were supposed to be, the history of the immortal. It's kind of an interesting thing.
Yeah, Fought was the only one to take us there. He took us there through a portal.
Well, I could simply take us there. However, there's other places I would like to go first.
And there's definitely a place that I need to take you. I just have to make a few preparations first.
And he stands up and he offers his hand. And he reaches up, taking his hand away gently, and takes off the hat from his horn and sits it on the table. It's been dangling there precariously the entire time.
It's just like, what kind of pink was he in? Was it more of like that pastel bubblegum pink, or was this like neon pink?
It's more of the pastel pink. And the bottom of the apron actually has like the little bows.
He was wearing a Lolita style apron.
Yep.
Got it.
And he's like an all black centaur, right?
Yes, he is. All black satyr.
Satyr.
He is a satyr of the void with glittering silver freckles that are varied sporadically, not like he's completely dusted in freckles, but dotted like stars.
Like the art of Lumion sitting there like this with Cayenne would just be like, oh, that's precious.
Oh, it's fucking adorable.
And he offers his hand back to you as he stands there.
I would have finished my salad at this point, but
It was a green salad with a vinaigrette.
I love vinaigrettes, especially raspberry vinaigrette. That's like one of my favorites. I would stand up and take his hand.
And he reaches over and he gently moves his hand over your eyes, and then as he moves his hand away, you stand in a place where you can see your reflection in the ground and stars above. It's similar to the Astral Sea, but very different. You can see that there's essentially what look like Greek pillars, but they're made of light. And
Huh.
inside of them, you can see constellations that are shifting and moving. And before you see this large, what looks like a swimming pool almost, that is carved from this inky blackness, and the liquid in it that moves almost looks like a solar system.
That's really cool.
And he motions to it, and he's like, the divine pool of the gods. Forgotten by all of them. Well, now you know of its existence.
He's got more abilities than I can think about. It's a bit trippy, if I'm being honest.
He's an information broker, and he's a species that's above gods.
It's just crazy to me.
So, are you saying he's slumming?
Hmm?
Are you saying he's slumming?
No.
And he motions to it, and he's like, bathe within his pool, and you can reshape yourself. You could also reshape what your pantheon is. At least that's what the rumors say from gods. It's a way for gods to find a new purpose.
Huh. That's kind of cool.
Huh.
So a god who's like forgotten or doesn't know what they're doing with themselves could come here and obtain a new purpose in their for their existence. Pretty cool.
He's like, I cannot enter the pool with you. That is something you will have to do on your own.
What happens if a mortal goes in there? That's crazy. Tell Nikolai
I
about this, he'll
don't-
try it.
I don't think that would potentially go well at all for a mortal. Or for someone that's not ascended. I don't know what the correct term is.
Nikolai
I-
will try just about anything once.
I don't know what to say. Not even Dad told me about this place, or grandfather, or my aunt.
And he's like, my theory is that the reason it's forgotten is that most gods are set in their way and they refuse to acknowledge it, to find a new purpose if they forget their purpose, or their purpose is no longer needed.
I do know what I want to strive for is to have people see peace. Just to be happy. Even in undeath. That's all I really look for. But I also believe that there should be justice as well, especially if you've done something entirely heinous and you need judgment.
And Lumion just looks at you and he just smiles a bit, and he's like, I see a goddess of nature that is true, that those of nature would worship. One with a kind heart.
I do my best to help those that need it and those that ask for it. Sometimes it's hard to help everybody all at once, but you have to do your best and do right by people without putting yourself first.
And you do your best.
Some people test me though, I swear. They test how
that-
kind I can be.
Well, is that not the place of a god?
Yeah.
You test those that follow you, but they also test you in return.
And that gives balance. And balance is needed. Otherwise,
lot of-
everything goes to chaos.
A lot of goblins worship you.
I know, and I didn't expect that. Apparently, termites too?
Ah, the
Of all
termites.
things?
Maybe a few
Of
bees as
all
well.
things, termites.
Well, you are a god of nature.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Cayenne's animal call just a tidal wave of termites. And goblins
Infestation.
Infestation.
Yeah,
There you
infestation,
go. That's such a cool one too. That's such a really cool spell. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna lie.
God,
I love that
Trance
one.
would be shitting
yeah.
themselves.
The villages and hamlets is like, oh fuck.
So, with that, you can choose to enter the pool or
I believe that Cayenne is going to, with Lumion's assistance, have her calm her nerves before she steps in. Because this is a very big step.
and as you step into it, it's almost like fireflies are dancing along the surface of it as you see that those are like the constellations. It's not cold, it's not hot, it's just that really nice, relaxing, warm.
I think seeing the constellations, Cayenne's eyes are big and shiny like a cat who sees the lights on a tree and must murder it.
And as you step into it, you take one step and you feel your foot slip and you're just suddenly under the liquid, and it's not you don't have that instinct to like try to struggle for air. It's just like almost floating underwater in a nice warmth. And you can see glimpses, almost like mirror shards, of those that are currently worshiping you, reaching out to you, and such. That deific side of you that is connected to you that idly handles these sort of things.
So you're not just hearing the voices, now you're seeing.
And you're realizing what Osley now deals with all the time.
No wonder she avoids temples. That is overwhelming.
But it's kind of like they're kind of like a TV station that's mute. You can kind of reach out and unmute it and listen to it. And then just give it the time you need. And you're realizing internally that as you listen to one of these, time is passing to you what seems like minutes and contemplating it, but it's been microseconds in the actual reality of things.
Mm-hmm. In any of these broken shards of like floating visions, I would say, do any of like the faces look familiar to me? Like from travels, not specifically here where we are now, the city we're in now, but from travels like places we've gone.
Do a perception.
'19.
Nice.
Huh?
I said nice.
As you kind of like filter through them a little bit, you might become very still as you see a familiar dragonborn just reaching out like, hey, I know I stayed behind, but I hope you're doing okay out there.
Oh,
You could literally probably just answer it right now. That's awesome.
I think Cayenne would reach out and say, I'm doing okay.
Freak her the fuck
Freak her the fuck out, you do, and she's like, you
Well-
see her eyes wide as she's looking around like, what the fuck?
I think it would be more along the lines of I'm doing okay. You are missed.
Still freak the fuck out.
Well, yeah, obviously. But that message needed to be sent.
But now you got like a whole new thing that you can understand. It's a lot to wrap your actual head around.
Sounds very
Yeah.
good. Wrapping your head around something?
The only way you could physically do that is if you were like Elastigirl.
So, with you taking the eternal bath over there, the next morning comes for all of you. Light comes through and just creeps across your eyes, Scabbard, as you're laying there.
Well, time to get up.
And as you head downstairs, you get cold cocked right across the face.
Yeah.
And your
What the
father
hell?
and your father's saying, he's like, training starts today, and he takes a sip of coffee.
It's gonna have to wait.
And he cracks you across the shin.
I'm gonna try and catch it.
Roll an attack.
What am I adding to this?
Dexterity.
Dexterity?
Your hopes and prayers.
I need a calculator, actually.
How?
I can't math right now.
Your dex can't be any more than +4 to whatever you rolled.
And he's hoping to beat his old man, who's
Literally.
who's a
Except
retired
dexterity.
adventurer.
I mean, if you had 20, it might be at +5.
Looking at a 28. I do have a +9.
He lets you grab it and he yanks it out of your hand,
Nine.
instantly
Oh.
giving you burning from the cane
Proficiency.
and cold cocks you across the shin.
Mm.
Now you
Can-
have 2 injuries.
Can we not? There's something really important I have to do.
He's like, what am I, chopped liver?
This involves your old friend.
Which one?
The Emperor.
I was an emperor.
Bahamut. In fact, I think you might want to come with.
Nope.
Because there are some very interesting things.
Nope. Not. I'm gonna go find myself something to do.
No.
You have a good day. And he walks
no,
out the door and
hey,
you're
get back here, coward!
and you just see the door shake a little bit, and you can see the wooden sword that he was using is embedded through the door. He threw it back at you. And you're like, Jesus Christ. You're realizing, fuck.
I have some work to do. I have to go to the temple, but first,
Get the sword out of the door.
get the store out of the door, and then get cleaned up.
Strength.
Okay, so there's a sword in the wall and a sword in the door. What the fuck? What is with your family not wanting to use, like, to
Scabbards.
feed them properly?
17.
It takes a lot of effort, but you manage to pull it out, and you're looking at it like, Jesus. He managed to yeet a wooden sword through a wooden door.
I really hope that we can get this mended.
It's the house, yes. You didn't have to do the work yourself. You could have said,
It's their noble house.
oh,
Yeah, it probably has an
his
auto
Aggies.
mending on there.
I thought the old Obscuro were back at the Magic House, I guess.
Chat. He was looking to kick his son's ass, not be smite into nothingness today. So, Mongo, you wake up with coin. No new sandwiches.
No sandwiches?
No sandwiches today.
Hey, that's the trick. I just have to make a sandwich every now and again, and like the energy will dissipate itself.
Or you just didn't go to bed hungry this time.
Yeah, there's that too. No night munchies.
If that's how it works, we never have to worry about
And
rations for
you
Monday.
you remember a little bit of the like before bed talk outside of the like weird vomiting confessions of the day. You look at the scroll and you're like, you were hoping that was probably a dream. But you're like, do we name our children after sandwiches or drinks?
Or fiduciary elements.
Sex positions.
No. Or just random things found lying around.
Ain't said what I was gonna say. In the chat.
Was named after dreams. Made out of financial material.
Good. The price of drinks is what they're named after.
There you go.
Or things to make drinks. Hey, your name's Keg. Why? So where are you off to?
Head to wherever it is that I kind of work on the varying potions. So while I don't have that spell, I'm still working on how to get spells into potions, and I've haven't done any work on getting absorb elements, because I have a potion for it, and it's on both the wizard and the artificer list.
That's a spell that we can work together with.
Yeah, roll a brewery. Or roll a Arcana for me.
Fuck.
Nikolai, you wake
What
up
I'm trained in, the one that I roll the worst
Yes.
on.
and you're like, oh my god, I am so comfy right now. And you realize Starburst's doing a star in the middle of the bed and you're asleep on her stomach.
So weird. Roll off, I guess. Try not to wake her.
So you fell asleep on top of your girlfriend, and now you're trying to dismount.
You stir in her sleep and her giant tail comes out and nearly hits you.
It's so weird. But she otherwise stays asleep. Okay. How far did I get into the plans for the desk?
You got them all planned out.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah.
I will see if I'll go to the temple and I'll see if Pot's there. Take all my tools with me.
You get there and you see Scav walk up too, and he's like, did you waste a spell to heal, or did you just wrap it for now?
Probably just wrap it for now.
Yeah, you see him finishing wrapping his hand up.
Actually, no, I probably would have used lay on hands to
Okay.
heal it.
But can you lay on hands your own hands? So
So
you
he's
put your hand
applauding-
on your
Applaud-
hands.
he's
Hi,
applauding
Ed.
himself.
You wake
Yeah,
up
but
in
that's
your
just
own
hand
bed.
on hand. I mean, it says lay on hands.
Yeah,
Plural.
Do I have a headache or
Yeah,
anything?
Just lay on.
Actually, you're
Yeah, but that's
quite
hand on hand.
clear-headed.
Take his hand.
Do I remember
Yeah,
ever
it's-
getting back at the
on
house?
his knee.
Well, yeah,
Nope.
that'll fix
And
his knee,
Lumion just
not his
looks
hand.
over at you and he's like, good morning.
Good morning. Wait. How did we get back here?
I brought us back per usual.
I don't even remember coming back. Did I fall asleep?
You're gonna fall, buddy.
He hands you a mirror and he's like, "I'll get breakfast started."
Um,
Hi.
okay.
And you hear him walk out of the room that's very open to the next area, and he's like, "You're beautiful."
Oh, I guess I'll take a breath and look.
Oh, you're gonna have a lot to explain to the brothers.
Oh boy.
Who the fuck are you?
Which you guys are gonna probably meet up soon. Hi, Mr. Cheese. And
I
it's like,
I'm just going to assume Cayenne's just only reaction right now is like, oh god, what?
What did I do?
I guess I'm gonna try to stand up and see if I'm wobbly legged or not.
Lumion comes back in and helps you.
I think the brothers are going to have a hard time with this.
So, you're working on what would you get for your
24.
ah,
According to the notes, I was already at 50%.
what spell are you making or potion?
Artific. Good thing I wrote it down. 12 elements.
You figure out the rest of it, and you can start the brewing process.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'll start in on that one.
All right. It's gonna take a little while. Maybe
Yeah,
I should.
I know. At some point in time, I'm just gonna have to let it like sit, and I figure at that point in time, I'll go talk to Nikolai.
Great.
And,
Lord, cheese.
Screamy cheese.
Scream cheese.
Yeah, you can't find Nikolai anywhere, and you're like, then you remember he had mentioned Vod's desk.
Right over there.
Head
Gotta
to the
talk
temple?
about anyway.
All right. Where are you going, Cayenne, after breakfast with Lumion?
I know she's gonna try to figure out how to make Fought a bed.
Lumion's like, you do know you could just buy him a bed.
I know, but it's more meaningful if it's made.
What kind of bed exactly would he require?
I feel he would love a beanbag.
Something that is
beanbag.
not just a rag on a stone floor.
Hmm.
Possibly also a bed that's two-sided, one here, down here, so we can see if it's like soft things or
He's like, perhaps Fought would be interested in a air mattress.
One that can float with him.
One that can float with.
Lumion's really dry humor.
Yeah, noticed a few
I
of us had to take a drink after that.
I support it.
Such a dry humor.
Love it.
I had an idea for a bed, just something simple.
What is that?
It'd be just a simple bed, large enough for one person, made out of a sturdy wood like oak or maple wood. I don't think Fought would enjoy something super soft. At least some kind of
helmets.
mattress or pad that's a little more firm for his back, because it seems like he's used to sleeping on stone.
Why don't you go ask him what he might prefer? And then that way you have a clear outline of what he would like.
That would be
Actually,
the smarter
you know
idea.
what? He might prefer like a small little water bed because he is one of the aquatic style, right?
Yeah. And he does deal with water a lot.
And
So,
other bodily
Cayenne,
fluids.
while you deal with figuring out a bed for Fought and traumatizing your siblings, I will research his name and see what I come up with.
That would actually be awesome.
Now the question is, will Kippa find out before I do?
I'm pretty sure she knows about the library we went to already.
Scabbard.
Who else?
This is why I never share information in front of him. Unless, of course, it's false information.
We're we're doing our best to tell him this information needs to be shared in this environment, while this information is fine to be shared publicly. We're trying.
So
We'll get there one day.
he's like, eventually, perhaps I can invest in a amulet of intelligence to provide to him.
Or an amulet of silence, meaning you cannot share information while that amulet is worn.
I did
No,
come
one that we can
across.
control, so that way we can turn them on and off.
I did come across an artifact that was a necklace of silence. However, it was a ill-blessed item, so when someone tried to speak, it would constrict and crush their windpipe.
That's an interesting way of making some
Maybe I
sound.
can acquire that for Scabbard. Your danger sense is tingling again, isn't it?
Is Kippa's king sense tingling?
Wow.
You.
Ew.
I'm gonna. Yeah. That deserves nothing. I don't even want to.
So,
You got problems, dude.
Duh.
you guys meet up with each other.
Oh.
You see Scab walk up and he's tending to his wounds.
How did you get fucked up already?
Father, he wanted to fight.
Did your father beat you?
Well, I think I hurt his ego, though.
Well, you hitting somebody's ego. Fuck, what a show.
What are you doing here, Mongo?
I had to talk to Fudd about something.
Oh, hey, great. Maybe you can distract him long enough. How long would it take me to put that desk together?
About 30 minutes.
Oh, yeah, I can do that.
You distract him for at least 45 minutes?
You have the monologue device next to you.
I also have to talk to him about getting information about sweeping in there. There's nothing. Not even a footnote.
Sweeping?
Sleepy.
Sweeping.
Oh, sleeping.
You guys can keep away for about 45 minutes?
Forever sweeping.
Excellent. I will wait here, out of sight, get him out of the temple. I'll go in, fix his bed, fix his desk.
Getting him out of the temple will prove to be incredibly difficult. I
Not
feel like.
really. We've gotten him out of the temple quite a lot.
He's off having lunch or breakfast right now.
Well,
Uh,
I'm sure you can do that. I have something really
All we have to
important
do
I
is
have
just
to
go
do.
over there and start talking to him about sweeping. Trust me. That'll take a minute.
so you guys head up the steps into the temple, and Cayenne, you get there shortly afterwards, and you feel someone grab your arm, and Osling looks at you, and she's like, "I want to watch this. Lead away."
Okay.
It's gonna be interesting because we have not seen her yet.
And Osling's like, you're the first person that I've actually touched outside of a loofah that doesn't give me visions of how they're going to die.
Well, that's terrifying.
Yeah, I accidentally touched someone in the bargain place purchasing something to produce dinner with, and they have a rather violent demise within 30 years.
That sounds absolutely tiring to see that.
Still figuring out how to turn it on. Don't think I can. So I just avoid touching people now.
I've got a place to tell you about that Lumion took me to. It's really interesting.
Hmm.
But public is definitely not the right place to tell you about it.
No, there's prying ears everywhere. And eyes.
Very much
Anyway.
so.
Shall we go inside?
Yes.
And
What happens when she eats bacon?
No,
Or a
bacon's-
burger or chickens or anything like that?
it's just living things. Since she is a goddess of death, she does perceive.
Yeah.
What if a
Demises.
bug flies into her?
Bug is gonna die. And you enter the temple and you hear the familiar whispers, and you both look at each other, probably like, "Yep."
Just another day.
And yeah, you know where Fott's chamber is, and you see him rearranging his toothbrush with a bucket. His few belongings he's rearranging.
Knock, knock.
The door just falls off the hinges.
So,
I can feel Nikolai twitching.
Fott looks over. Oh yeah, this was a closet. Everybody's like, fuck.
Let me help you get the door back on there.
Yeah, the bolts and hinges that hold the door in place are just like almost
Getting
forced to
mended.
clear through.
I will burn spell slots if need be.
Just requires a few minutes. And Fott's like, hello.
Hello, Fott.
Good
I'm
morning.
staying outside so he doesn't wander.
How can Fott be of service?
Well, I was thinking about your friend that we met yesterday
Yeah.
and how she's had absolutely no idea who the hell Sweeping is. Skycat.
Ah, a newer deity.
Yeah, I had no idea about that part.
Did you know that Cayenne and Osling are gods?
Yes.
Fott is the last to know.
Could have swore we told you.
Pretty sure we did, but if we didn't, I'm terribly sorry.
It's okay. Fott's always last. Everybody's like, fuck.
Well, I was hoping that you and I could work together on putting something together to add to the library.
Did you know she likes to knit?
Huh? Oh, your friend.
I did not know that.
Yeah, And Nikolai, as you're standing there in the hallway, Osling walks past you.
Hey, Ashley.
Greetings. And you see another person walk past her, you as well.
She introduces me. I have no business.
Oh, that's gonna be fun. And she heads in, and you see Osling with someone else, and it vaguely seems familiar, but you're like, ugh.
Hello, Osling.
Hey, Osling.
And
Jeez. Hey,
I don't believe we've met, but you do look familiar.
and you take a second glance, and you realize it looks just like Osling.
Oh God, is there a third one of you?
Osling just leans on the wall, and she speaks in Celestial with Fought, and Fought just speaks back.
I cast tongues.
Do I sense Cayenne in the vicinity?
You don't know that.
But do I sense her, though?
You sense divine in a
I do
vicinity.
sense well, I'll someone sense divinity because Osling is there. So.
Yes.
Try to mitigate.
Huh.
The fuck, dude.
Have you met?
Look, I've been able to sense Cayenne's presence before, but now that I'm thinking about it, that wouldn't work, because even though Cayenne is a fae, so is Osling. So that wouldn't fucking matter.
Without being like verbal with it, I'm going to call Ilma.
Ah, your crow.
Mm-hmm.
And she comes in and lands on your shoulder and starts pecking at your hair a little bit, grooming.
Okay, you know we've seen this before. Can we put two and two together
I
here?
step away from the stab-happy fucking crow.
She's not the stab
Ilma's
happy
not-
one.
Yeah, Ilma's not stab happy.
It's Osling.
Motherfucker with feathers.
It's id.
It's id.
That's
Yeah.
stab happy.
And
Motherfucker with feathers.
And
Did not
as you-
go well with Mongo.
as you step back, you hear id behind you.
Fuck sakes.
If it
Get
is
as
here,
far away from anything or anyone with feathers.
Osling, is that who I think it is?
As she motions that she's talking to Fought.
Sorry. Is that you, Cayenne?
I don't know, Scav. Is it?
What happened to you? You look very different.
And yeah, you hear this from in the room, Nikolai.
I will try to stay put. As if that's Cayenne, I'll see her later on today for sure. I really want to give this present to Fought without him knowing.
Go for it. Table's yours. Osling speaking to Fought.
Too many feathers.
Too many feathers.
So, what happened? Oh.
I took a bath in a very secret place that the gods have forgotten. And I woke up like this at home.
Wait,
In-
fuck, what?
Interesting.
And you see Osling and Fought walk past you, and Fought's very interested in talking to Osling about some things, and
Okay, well,
he just ignores your existence as they head upstairs.
all right. As soon as they pass me, do I see the trio now?
Yeah.
It's like, that's cool. Interesting. Can you describe for us what you look like?
Oh boy, that is gonna take a bit.
Shit, I don't have any popcorn.
Yeah, I legit had to send like photo
Oh wait, I got better than
references.
popcorn. I got a cheese. Go for it. Hi.
It's like, so you dug
Oh.
deeper into your divinity there, sister, huh?
I took what Lumion advised to heart, and after the library, it cemented it in my brain. I just didn't know how I was going to go about changing
Uh-huh.
until
Well-
Lumion took me to where we were.
I'm pretty sure I don't speak for just myself, but random hooves to the face will be much, or less random hooves to the face would be much more appreciated.
Yes, now let's just be intentional.
I just. Yeah. 2 legs are better than 4. And then after finding out from my father that both him and mother accept and welcome the change me and Osling have chosen,
Mhm.
believed it was for the best.
And didn't you say your aunt is also bipedal?
A satyr?
She's a satyr.
Yeah.
And you hear from behind you. It's not Id or anything. And you see your aunt there, and she's like, "Oh yeah, you're gorgeous." And as you turn around, there's nobody there.
So we all hear that, but
Just-
there's no one there.
Yeah.
I'm just I'm just gonna say thank you, although she's gone invisible now.
You're flipping through it, yeah.
Oh, she's a mischievous one. I like her.
And all your armor falls off. All the
Oh.
straps were undone, and your ropes fall off, and all your armor, and tool belts, and everything hit the ground too.
Oh,
And you just hear laughter on the
clever.
Not really, for someone who just makes stuff appear and not appear.
Oh,
Oh.
come on. She's funny.
Yeah, it's funny.
Go for uppies.
from Cayenne.
Auntie.
Oh no, she just she
Oh.
showed up briefly and just
Aww.
Well, this is gonna take some time to get used to.
Get dressed.
put all your clothes and armor back on.
Mhm.
It's definitely a little bit of a shocker waking
Hell of
up
a weight
and
loss program.
You'll be more graceful on the
Yeah.
dance floor. You won't have 2 left feet
No, she can still have that.
anymore.
I can still be klutzy.
Probably not
very,
used to
very
walking around on 2 legs just yet, though, huh?
Spent all morning stumbling around with Lumion.
Yeah.
I can only imagine what that would be like.
Walking around on 2 legs.
Going from 4 legs to 2.
It's something.
So do you put all your gear back on, Nikolai?
Oh yeah, definitely. Put all my gear back on, and so this is the new you, permanently, huh?
Well,
I don't necessarily understand the nature of the place I had gone,
Okay.
but I can only assume that yes, this is permanent.
All right.
Well,
right
congratulations.
spell, that can change, but
Well, congratulations on a new big stepsister.
Hi, Anne. With your religion, you have advantage on it. And it's not because of Scabbard.
Just the presence of being in the
Advantage is an
temple.
11.
Oh, Jesus.
Thank God you got advantage.
Well, the other one was a 9, so
You know that such spells from Mongo would have no effect on you.
huh.
Guess unless chosen to, right?
Yeah, just gotta find a way to ramp up the power.
Hey, sis, come here. I need your help. I need a nuclear battery of magic energy.
Oh,
A nuclear
deity
battery.
powered mending humidifier inside the temple. That'll get it back in ship shape.
So, go ahead and roll tinkering for me.
Okay, I will spend at least the 20 minutes that the game mechanics allow me to do so. If you'll permit, and I will roll dice.
Yeah,
Well,
you guys.
I came to talk to Pod, and Pod walked out with Osling, so I'll help him out if I can.
I'm about to try and commune with the gods again.
What do you call them, the deities, huh?
And you realize he's talking to one right now, so he is communing with a god.
What do you think you're doing right?
Well, specifically with Bahamut.
What, is she not good enough for you?
She is amazing. I don't know if she'd be able to, what is that something you can do?
Oh, you asked
Are
if she
you-
can
are
do
you
the thing,
able
and you never
to-
said what the thing is.
Are you able to assist with trying to reach out to deities? I have some questions.
Yes, Steve.
Bessie.
Sorry.
I mean, I can try. Just, I guess it would depend on who you're wanting to speak to.
I have to understand some things that only the Platinum Emperor would be able to provide. I don't think it'd be smart to try and speak with Tiamat.
Well, while
You
you're all
want to
red, it
try
might
to
be the best time to talk to her.
You want to try to speak. Did you say Bahamut or Tiamat?
Bahamut.
Okay, because Tiamat, I will not help you there.
Yeah, no, I have no intention of going anywhere near that mess.
And as you're finishing up the repairs, Osling leans on the door frame and she's like, "So you want assistance to speak to a god?"
I mean, if it's possible. I don't really
You
even
want
know
to
if it
like
is.
just demand a god to talk to you.
You can't really just demand something like that.
Oh, you can demand all you want. If we give a fuck, that's a whole different story.
That's the thing.
Look,
I don't know if they would.
Scav. You poor little mortal brain. He's in a different pantheon than us. We don't exactly have sway over him. If it was perhaps the Lady of Crows or perhaps the Lady of Blood, we'd be like, "Hey, there's a certain person that wants to speak to you." If I show up at the Platinum Imperium, I'm not going to be greeted with open arms.
Perhaps not.
Granted, not many people will actually greet me with open arms, as I am a god of death. It's usually a bad sign if I show up anywhere.
I don't think so. It's a very natural part of life itself.
Unless it's violent.
That's a valid point.
I'm going to say this. Although dragons are natural and things of that nature, they don't exactly view anyone else as equal to them.
Well, I've been learning that lately.
So even if we were able to contact Bahamut, it doesn't necessarily mean he's going to listen at all.
It's true. I guess the best I can do is simply try. Well, wish me luck.
Well,
And,
best of luck to you.
make my way over to his shrine.
Scav heads upstairs. What'd you get for your rolls on tinkering?
Knowing it though, my two like little bonus things that I use often, the Achilles ring and my the apron that allows me to get either a +5 or a -5 depending on the roll. The ring gave me a better re-roll, but the apron gave me the -5.
So effectively, you used both. Of
I
those
got
things.
+5 and then got the -5 by doing the re-roll. So 19.
You make a decent looking desk.
Awesome. Like, dang it. uh,
Oslin looks over at you, Cayenne, and she's like, you know, if you actually just focus a little bit, you can tell when other gods are within the radius of, I guess, sensing. Like, I knew you were going to the temple, well, that near my sister. So I decided to meet up with you, but you can generally tell if there's other gods just roaming about the city area.
I'm gonna have to try to focus more.
I'm learning things as I go along, and I'm finding that I have very violent tendencies that I have to keep in check.
I mean, you and me both. But usually mine only rear their ugly head when battle is involved.
And you see Oslin smile. It's kind of unnerving because it's because of what she is. And she's like, one of my pantheons is vengeance. And I know my past clearly now, and it was quite bloody what I did to some people.
We were shown a few, very few small inklings of how your path was paved through the shadow puppetry tellings from your followers.
Oh, good, you didn't actually see the details. I got to see the details. I could go back and experience the details.
I can only imagine that was an experience.
It's an experience. Mongo, how are you?
Been a crazy few days.
It's been a crazy few weeks.
Put it mildly.
Nikolai,
Yes.
you?
I don't know what to make of my people and what that means for me. So now I'm distracting myself from a thing I can't make a.
Question for
Decision
you,
on.
Nikolai.
Hmm.
The people within this room and the people that you associate, aren't those your people in your ways? Is where
They're my
you're...
family, yes, they're my people.
Let me finish. Where you're from is simply your origin and your mother's people and your father's people. That doesn't define who you are. What defines who you are the people you are currently with and how you were raised.
I mean, yeah. But there's. As I'm interacting with my mother often, I am my father's son.
So you're going to delve into necromancy and create a clone of yourself that's going to destroy the world?
No, that sounds stupid.
I'm sure at one point he might have said that himself.
Yeah. We've had this conversation before. I will stop at no ends to make sure those that I care of are safe. So if there is no other option, I'm not saying it's going to be a no. I'm not going to not do it and just watch my family die.
She looks over at you, and I look forward to the day that I get to judge you before me.
Sure. If you judge me for doing the wrong thing for the right reason, then so be it. The wrong thing for the right reason?
Nikolai, word of advice: find your own path.
Yes, I know. Before I even knew my mother or my father, this was my path. So there's nothing to change.
Scav, roll a religion for me.
I'm gonna take time on this.
Fair.
How much time can I take on this?
10.
10. I'm gonna take time on this and set up all the things to properly burn incense, get everything ready, and meditate on it. $31.
31. How will I destroy Scav?
31, how will you destroy Scav? Like, damn.
Fireworks.
And as you guys speak to Osline, she's like, I don't want to sound grim. Well, no matter what I say, it's going to sound grim because I am a god of death. Anything I say comes with the weight of 1,000 words. Don't make physical contact with my skin, please. I do not want to know how you're going to die.
But that could be useful.
No, it's not, Nikolai, because I can't tell you.
Well, okay. If you can't tell us.
And then I
yes.
have to live with the fact that I know how you're going to die. And when you will die.
But you can't tell us, so now I can see how that wouldn't be useful.
Yes, I'd rather not deal with that. Sure, hug me where I'm clothed. That's fine. Just don't touch my skin. I don't want to know.
Okay. No problem.
Now, Diana, on the other hand, she could probably tell you how well you're going to live, since she's a god of life.
Ah, that's interesting. Reach your finger out to Kayev.
You see Nikolai reaching a finger out to you very cautiously.
Why do I hear the Jaws theme? Let's not get trademarked.
Copyright strike. So,
Like-
Scav,
Yes.
you find yourself standing before the temple, not inside like you have been before.
Okay.
And the doors are closed to you.
We'll
He doesn't
cautiously approach. Hello?
And you hear bellowing words all around you to your very bones. You're not welcome here. And with that, you can just feel the instantaneous disintegration hit you as you're cast out from the Platinum Imperium.
Oh.
And-
What the fuck did you do?
And you stumble backwards away from the shrine on the floor, smoldering.
Oh. Okay. What just happened?
The headpiece just looks over and says, I do believe your god said fuck off.
Damn, dude.
Mongo hears that and it is in arm's reach with their knife.
What just...
Pot looks
now
over
I'm
at
very
you.
curious. What did you do?
Like,
Spot's like, Scav?
What?
Scav?
I think the same thing just happened to me as many of things have happened to other knights. I've been cast out of the Platinum Imperium. What?
Ah. Well, I'm pretty sure there's other gods that would want a second-hand paladin.
Second.
Oh, fuck! Oh, my heart!
How many gods like sloppy seconds?
Oh fuck!
But not even realizing he just nuclear Gafford.
Maybe a god of debauchery? I don't know.
The same thing happened to my father.
Why don't you just tell him it's like, oh yeah, only the god with no standards wants your ass.
Pull out the sheet. The same thing happened to this person. How many others did he do this to?
Oh. It's not Pot's place to ask. I just do the bidding of gods.
What? What do I
don't know
do?
what he could be that's so fucked up with the gods.
Pot has an idea, but Pot lost the idea. Give me a while to figure out the idea.
What can I do? What do I do?
Start sucking up to your sister.
That seems so inappropriate. I don't ever want to hear those words leave your mouth.
Do you walk back
ever.
downstairs defeated?
Probably. If anyone's out in the main hall area, they probably see a very confused and dejected Scabbard. Just absolutely crestfallen.
Cayenne's been here the whole time. She
And
hasn't
Osling just
left.
looks over at you, Cayenne, and raises an eyebrow like, Well, someone just got fucked by their god.
More like hate
What?
fucked.
Osling motions and she's like, focus.
I'll
Roll
focus.
a religion, you have advantage with it. You permanently have advantage with it because you're a god. Unless you're in a divine of the opposite alignment.
God, with advantage is not much better.
Oh, shit.
Dead.
She went from a 1 to something else.
2?
So at least it
I
wasn't
went
a
from
one.
a 1 to a 3. So
I
that's
know
a
that
6.
feeling.
You try to focus on it, and the only thing that pops into your head is a smoldering scabbard.
Accidentally tie yourself up.
But
And
have
I
done
know
it
I've
before.
seen him smolder before
Shock.
because he got struck by lightning.
Yeah.
By the way, how painful was that? On a scale of 1 to 100.
You're sad inside.
So, like,
Really sad inside.
Your armor's gone. That was gifted from Bahamut. Your crest is gone as well.
Oh,
Damn.
fuck.
That's where the pain is.
wasn't the armor Seagets just literally just crafted and thrown together? It was a sword that was gifted.
It was all blessed by Bahamut.
The hell did you do?
Do you walk back downstairs to your family?
Tell me he at least has pants on.
Oh, he has the leather parts underneath the armor. It's just the armor's gone.
I'm probably just gonna sit at the bottom of the steps for a bit.
God, I thought Manga was rethinking his life choices. Holy shit.
How you doing? You want to sit in my mouse pad again?
Yeah, just gonna sit there,
Just ponder.
contemplate, and ponder like what the hell just happened.
Oof. Osling looks over at you. Why are you making that face, Cayenne?
Because this is not the first time I've seen and smelled Scab Scorched before.
She looks at you. Wait. Hold on. What? Wait, hold on. And she just kind of, you see her just close her eyes and just kind of like focus for a few moments, and she's like, Scab doesn't have a divine connection anymore. I mean, he's still connected to me because of his oath, but
Oh God, did he break an oath to Bahamut?
Or did Bahamut break the oath to him?
oh. Alright, who's gonna scoop up Scavard and tell him it's okay? Any takers?
I can help get him drunk.
I
What did he do?
Don't ask
Did he trip
me.
and break something?
you know what? What do I know of Bahamut?
Everything that Scavard has rambled on about him.
Usually in a very good light until recently, where it's like, I learned that he did terrible things, and I just have questions.
More so like best things to offer to him in order to potentially get him to answer back. I know I'm a deity and all of that stuff, but still I want to do it the respectful way.
I mean, you've seen Scav put together the ritual many times before. It usually just involves burning incense and a couple of prayers.
It would be a piece of your hoard.
So that would be nature.
Yeah.
I'm going to offer the forever growing seed to Bahamut to speak to him.
Alright. And Osling looks over and she's like, do you want me to assist or do you want me to just go about my day?
I'm going to attempt this on my own for now.
Probably best that a god of life shows up instead of a god of life and death.
From what Scav explained is apparently he's done some bad things.
He's a dragon. What do you expect? Even Kippa has an ego on her.
I know, but I do believe that although dragons are flawed in their own ways, there's still some good there.
That's true. Kippa is good, but she is a dragon, and you have to treat her as such.
I definitely want to try to at least speak to Bahamut on amicable terms in a nature related way. I would love you there with me. But I also don't know how Bahamut's going to react either.
Alright, well, let's go. How much? I mean, it's not like he can kill us. I mean, he can kill our avatars and we just kind of come back. It'll be a painful death, but I suppose there's worse things.
I just want to at least get some answers to questions if I can.
Scav's just sitting there dejected. Osling looks over at
Whole
you.
life just flipped upside down in his head.
Boys, why don't you go find the little guy and try to scoop up the remains? Pretty sure he's feeling a little dejected now.
Yeah.
we're gonna go have a little divine intervention.
Fair enough. Oh, Cayenne. It's still Cayenne, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Until I reveal what Cayenne's birth name was, it's still Cayenne.
Got it. When Lumion gets a minute, some free time, he said something the other day, and kind of have a few questions about that.
He should be available a little later on in the day, probably around dinner time.
She's saying, just go talk to him.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta remove stuff from my inventory. That's gone.
And also, when you
So
get
is
a
that.
chance, I wouldn't mind talking to you about something as well.
I'm not gonna tell you how you die.
I don't
And
want to
that.
know. Besides, we both know I'm going to live forever before I die, so don't got
That
anything to worry
too.
about.
What is it?
And
Did
that.
you... oh, later.
Yeah.
Later.
Oh, this is painful. But understandable.
Also, all the bottles of holy water you have are spoiled.
Oof.
Oh,
What
fuck, that means the ones you gave me are gone, too.
Yep.
Yep.
Ah, damn it.
So those are gone.
I don't want to use
Okay, you can have them
bought
remade.
holy water.
So
Smell like
you guys
gobble piss.
head upstairs. Have the sisters heading off their own direction, and you head outside and you see Scab sitting on the steps.
My holy water bombs are no good. Nor my holy arrows. Those are no good.
I mean, they're still just arrows.
Yeah.
And they actually
Osling
might
looks over
work
at
against
you as you guys
Bahamut
head
followers.
to the area, and she speaks in Celestial so that others don't understand. And she's like, "We should act fairly quickly to sort out Scabbard, as a certain victor might take advantage of the situation,
Oh, yep. Mhm.
and Our
I
Lady
forgot
of
about that.
Crows does not take kindly to him."
I learned about that. That makes her even more intimidating, but also even more, God, I can't respectable,
Well,
because and while speaking in Celestial, because fuck Victor, and not in the way he would hope.
well, he's a vampire and the Lord of Dread, so I'm pretty sure his
Like, why are you gonna
boundaries
walk
for
all over
kink
my
are
stuff.
quite vast.
Really? You just have to walk on my keyboard and my dice and everything? Just have to, huh?
Cat
Okay.
Hell
happens.
hath no fury like a woman scorned, and in this case, someone who used to be your wife.
I'm just a glorified fighter.
Yeah, you're just a fighter right now.
Yeah,
Hey, am I even an oath breaker at this point?
yeah. You see Scav sitting there on the
think you
steps,
would.
just like with his hands on his legs,
If you-
just
if you
looking
were
at
my
like
player,
Keanu
I'd be
technically
Reeves.
never broke
Sad
my
Keanu
oath.
Reeves Scabbard, everyone.
Oh.
Sad Keanu Reeves Scabbard.
Oh,
Aw.
oh. You know what the sad thing is? I didn't even break my oath. He just said, "Get the fuck out." Shit, I'm not even a paladin anymore. I'm just a fucking fighter.
I mean, you could technically still be a paladin.
Just with no powers or abilities or functions.
Yeah, you just can't do any of the holy stuff.
Well, shit, I have no spells.
Hey, look, holy shit! But
yeah,
yes.
you're holy shit.
You can talk to Scav.
Or would it be unholy shit?
You can talk to Scav.
Scav, what did you do?
Hey, bud. The hell happened?
Really quiet. John. Don't know. The temple was sealed. Now it's cast out of the realm. No longer welcome there.
Why?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, according to some of the scrolls that we read yesterday, he's never exactly been too fond of kobolds, so racist prick.
What?
Oh yeah, no. Apparently the old
He's
Cayenne,
done.
you can do your religion with advantage and take 20 on it.
The player had an idea
He's
of
done
why
What's
this
that?
could have possibly happened.
terrible things.
Why is that?
Like
And I
what?
just had questions.
Because he spread
Like what terrible
information about
things?
what was on the scroll that wasn't meant to be read.
This wiped out an entire pantheon. Destroyed his own kin
Yes,
over petty tantrum.
I got a 22.
Alright,
Hell
God's
yeah.
kind of
Is
petty.
that with the
most
additional
of the
20?
time.
With the additional 20 would be 32.
Like, it's his own making. Isn't that like right?
It goes against everything that he stands for.
Well, now maybe. And did he tell you that's what he stands for, or is that what you heard people say that he stands for?
That's his oath. The very oath that I took,
yeah, that's
that
the
he
oath
himself
you-
had broken.
Yeah, but who told you this was his oath?
Was it him or was it somebody else? Because depending on how long ago that it has been written down,
Yeah, who knows what's right? I mean, hell, the God I worship, everybody worships him by a different name, not his name, because of time. So, who knows if what you have as his oath was actually his oath? Who knows if you know what you know of his path is actually his path?
So, Cayenne, as you sit to pray, offering the seed, and Osling sits with you,
Maybe there's something in the older information.
it's
about
almost
it
like
that
sinking
reveals
as
more
you.
truth.
It's
Yeah.
not like a
Actual
normal
truth.
prayer for you. It's just you're entering another divine realm. And you stand with Osling before the Platinum Temple. Beautiful platinum, a wondrous creation. And on the steps, stands a young, spry wizard.
I will respectfully greet them.
And this wizard crosses his arms. She's like, "Why are you in my realm? Are you lost? Did you get lost on the way to your realm? Because you don't belong here. And I didn't invite either of you."
I've come to respectfully speak with you.
Ah. On what terms? And don't waste my time.
I only wish to ask just a couple of questions and no more.
Very well.
Although not related by blood, I am here to just get an understanding as to why Scabbard was essentially disowned.
You see him lose that calm and collected mood for a few moments, and he's like, "That whelp has no place in my halls, much like his father."
Might I ask why? I don't expect a long list of reasons. I just want a gist of it, as he's very distraught, as his guidance by you and his protection by you was his meaning and motivation for the things that he did in life to try to do his best and do right by you.
He takes a few steps down the stairs and he looks over at you, Cayenne. He's like, first, I'm going to get the unpleasantries out of the way. He can get fucked by Tiamat to death for all I care. Second of all, I'm trying to put him on a proper path where he can do the proper job that he's supposed to do. He's not supposed to be at my feet or your feet or her feet. Or anyone's. He's too unwildly for that nonsense. His is sharing the information of all the gods, not just me. As much as it pains me, and I would love to be selfish in that sense of like, this is mine. He is not mine. He belongs to everyone.
I'm sorry, but that's just funny from what we've called him before. And this isn't
So-
Cayenne. This isn't Cayenne laughing at what Bahamut just said. It's by what was said in the fucking campaign before. Anyway,
So, you can relate to him. He didn't break an oath to me. I cast him out to help him find his own damn path.
I understand.
And that's where he'll get power from. None of us.
I understand. Thank you for letting me know.
You're welcome. Please do me a favor and don't come back without an invitation.
Understood.
And he looks over at Osling and he's like, and you never come back.
Did I sense any any kind of negative feelings from that aside from like fuck you entirely?
Oh, it was very much a fuck you entirely.
Okay.
Damn.
I will take my leave with Osling after giving a respectful bow.
She just kind of looks over and she just kind of like, she doesn't bow, she just walks away.
Like, fine.
Like, whatever.
Didn't really want to come here anyway. I just did it because I just asked you.
And you guys are with Scabbard and distraughtness. Osling's like, told you he didn't want me there.
I think he might have been upset about Scav basically promising himself to you in a way.
She looks at you and does the fake offended. How? I'm not responsible. Okay, well, maybe I am responsible for that. But I give him no power. So he doesn't belong to me, but he does. I got rule over his soul when he dies, now apparently because of Bahamut.
I think
Oh.
I think Cayenne's gonna pull the stern motherly love thing with Scav. Not like slap, like pull yourself together sort of thing, but more so just like poke between his shoulder blades, like enough to push him forward to get his attention.
Just look up. Okay, yeah.
Osling heads off. She's like, I have things to do within the court. You guys have fun.
I'm gonna give her a.
entertained with that now.
She looks over at you, Nikolai. What do you mean?
Like you're above me, measly like court arguments.
Why do you tinker with projects that are beneath you?
Because stuff needs to get done.
Exactly.
Okay.
And she heads
Cayenne
off.
is before she heads off. Cayenne's giving Osling the biggest back-cracking hug.
She hugs back, and she doesn't have the problem that she has with mortals. With you, she can hug you and such.
Even if she could see it, Cayenne's still hugging her.
And she smiles, and she's like, "Oh, that felt so good."
I'm always here for a hug and spend time with you out when we're not busy with business.
Your new form is quite beautiful.
Thank you. It's taking some time to get used to.
Yeah, yeah. You can sit in chairs now. It's quite an experience for the first time.
I can't wait to actually try that.
She crosses her arms. She's like, speaking on that subject, and you just see them talking back and forth in front of you as you're distraught. Like, not only did you just get dejected by a god, now you have to see two of them talking back and forth casually. And she's like, Alufa's actually been wandering around the fancy marketplace looking for the first chair she's going to sit in.
Oh, that's adorable.
It's quite adorable to see. Oh, adorable.
I can only imagine that the cushion that's going to be on it is going to be of just fey beauty. It's going to be all of the colors.
Yes. And I will let you attend to what you need to attend to.
I got this.
And she heads off. And you're so you just like, are the gods taunting me now?
Boy, mopey scales.
Surprised she didn't say emo scales.
Oh.
Yes, Cayenne?
You can stop being upset.
Did I do something wrong?
No. To put it simply, from the words of Bahamut himself, you were told to fuck off so you can get to the path that you belong on. You don't belong to Bahamut. You don't belong to any specific deity at all.
And you guys hear this?
What does that even mean? Oh, my head hurts. Oh, okay. So I didn't break the oath.
No,
I've been cast out.
you've only been cast out because
Because
As
it's not where I'm
he's-
supposed to be.
correct. He pushed you out so that you would find the correct path you're supposed to be on, and that you don't belong at the feet of any specific deity. That includes him as well as Osling. And the more you mope around, the more vulnerable that you are to any deity that wants to do wrong by you.
Let's not let that happen.
Hims didn't have enough room.
Well, you figure out what I need to do then.
I think it will take some time meditating on it for a little bit.
Great. So you're broken now too. least I don't have a spiritual existential crisis.
So,
Yeah.
being pushed out in a way is a good thing for you. It means that you can learn all the information that you need about deities and see which is the best to call upon depending on where you are. Instead of just devoting your life to just one and
Well,
only
maybe
being
a good
forced
one to
down
talk to
one
about
path
that.
instead of the multiple that you can take.
Mongo brings up a good point.
Oh, that must have hurt him to say.
Bot would probably be the best person to speak to right now.
I would suggest finding Fought when he's not busy and then talk to him. I know I saw him go off with Osling earlier.
He's in the temple right now,
Where the hell are we?
on the footsteps at the temple.
Jesus. We haven't gone anywhere. Thought that's where we were at.
Yeah.
Okay.
Scav went to the footsteps of
Yeah.
the temple and was all mopey scales.
Sad Keanu, Scav. Sad Scav.
And Cayenne disappeared.
Oh.
Was told that Osling's not welcome.
Cut out there for a moment.
Oh, I was saying that Osling was basically told that she's not welcome to come back and that I
Well-
should only visit when I have an invitation first.
I've lost my father's equipment. Sword is gone. The shield, the armor, relics.
That can all be replaced.
There was history to that, but you are right. It can be replaced.
So now you get new sword, new shield, new armor, and make history with it.
I think I needed to speak with Fought. Get up. Sitting here isn't going to solve anything.
Nope. You'll find the path that you're supposed to go on. Life has many doors to open. It takes a while to find the right one.
Life has many doors, Ed boy.
Oh God, why? No, that's not what I meant. Not what I meant. Fuck.
So, you head back into the temple to speak to Fought. Where do you head off to?
See if Lumion's busy.
You head off to find Lumion, and where do you head off to?
I'm going to go speak with why can't I remember her name now?
Starbar?
Cock. She's my local Carl.
Your local Carl.
Follower.
And,
talk to her about the information I received and about seeing if I can get onto that ship right now.
And where is Cayenne off to?
Cayenne would go to find Fought to ask him a quick question on what he prefers sleeping in.
Haha, the bed quest, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you head in the temple with Scabbard and Sad Keanu. Little cloud
If
flip
I
above his head.
if I notice him getting the slightest bit sad, I'm going to flick one of his horns. Be like, stop it.
Am I still red? Or
Yep.
did that like start? Is it starting to fade?
Nope.
No. All right. Make my
Get that crystal out of you.
So, as the siblings head off into their different directions. That is what we're going to call it. And we will head into our post-mortem.
Post-mortem. Was that bad,
No, that's what I always call it.
huh?
She's dying to get to it.
Mongo, since you're the first to open your yip, what were your highlights?
Burn recovery was funny. Coated in goop.
Spot's personal milk. Kidding.
Ooh.
Let's never do that. Oh,
You've said worse tonight.
Going through the scrolls with Scav, that was kind of fun. Can't wait to tell Lumion how fucking old those things are. Seeing New Cayenne 2.0.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's gonna post on the Discord the full detail of it.
Some of it, I will need to spoiler the pictures. Or highly censor them.
Black boxes everywhere.
Yeah.
Anything else?
No, it's just a real fun episode in general.
Oh,
Drinking
that's
a
what I'm
sandwich.
smelling. The dice.
Yeah, drinking a sandwich.
The drinking of a sandwich. What about you, Scav?
The entire library temple. Still don't have a name for that place.
There is no name given.
The very interesting like knowledge learned from the ancient scrolls. The whole endeavor that happened in the temple was a holy shit moment. What just happened? Try to learn something, and instead it's like, get the fuck out of here. Well, what do I do now?
New directions.
I have ideas.
Paladin of Fault.
What about you, Nikolai?
Finding out there's a whole pantheon of the whole creator gods that pretty fucking cool. They have kids. There's a father involved. I wonder who the mother is. Just pretty cool. Interested in finding out what that means to other followers of Carl.
It would be interesting.
It'd be
Just-
freaking like world breaking. Honest with you.
Well, I mean, gods come and go and they're forgotten, and I mean, they're in a forever slumber until they're remembered. Now I'm just picturing Rita Repulsa waking up on the moon.
I wonder how long it's been since Carl's father was spoken to.
Yeah.
That one time Nikolai did just now to get thoughts on putting that Tesla together. So that was pretty cool. Jesse over there choosing to change their form. That was pretty cool.
It needed to happen.
It needed to happen. Got tired of having 4 left feet.
Pretty sure that all of y'all did.
Yeah.
It was really interesting to find out what happened there with Scav. That was interesting. So yeah, all in all, pretty cool.
What about you, Cayenne? I know you have a few laundry list things there.
Well, first and foremost, it was learning more about the Lady of Crows, who was previously known as the Queen of Crows and
Who she's-
ex-wife of Victor Strahd, which fuck that guy. Um, and not in the way that he would like, as Cayenne mentioned earlier. Um, seeing the liquefy process of a sandwich with mortar and pestle and elvish wine,
That was a very special experience.
Yeah.
giving the poison seed to Isabel and being able to relay how to make that. Learning Fought has 2 different names.
Is it Isabel or Elizabeth?
It's Elizabeth,
Isabel.
actually.
It's Elizabeth.
No, is it Isabel?
Is it Isabel?
It's Isabel.
Isabel.
Okay. Right, because
Because
you guys
she
were
th-
calling her Izzy for a little bit, I
I
believe.
don't remember that, but
And she thought the name was cute as well as it suited her. Um, coming back and being at home, seeing Lumion in the most gothic Lolita apron and a chef's hat, thanks to Feisty, that was both adorable and hilarious.
Like, this is
then
appropriate attire, isn't it? Oh, you sweet innocent child.
appropriate while in front of me, not appropriate in front of others. Would be appropriate as long as you have something underneath it. Going to the bath of the gods that have been long forgotten, having the basically the vision of a certain dragonborn that all of us know.
yeah.
You
that's
do,
Yep.
cool.
And freaking her the hell out.
That was hilarious. I'm not gonna lie, that was good. Waking up to the new form and being like, oh shit.
Stumbling out of bed like a new fawn.
Yep.
Or in her
But
case, would it be
thankfully,
Newfound,
Lumion kept me from eating no, this wouldn't be wood floor, this would be marble floor.
Yeah.
That would have broken quite a few teeth out.
Ow.
Getting to the temple and then it taking the brothers a little bit to figure things out. Going to the Platinum Temple with Osling to help Mopey Scales out. And finding out that he wasn't pushed out because of malice or because he broke an oath, but because he's got a bigger path waiting for him. He just has to find it.
Yep.
A lot of stuff. A lot of stuff.
A lot of tiny things happened, or small things, just made this a very filled session.
Mm-hmm.
Good session.
Yeah.
Look at him, he's professionally moping.
We're moving so much stuff from our inventories.
Watch it, then you have to re-add it all back.
Yeah, that shit happens, by
It
the way.
does.
Yours?
Oh, in the library and Isabel and her eating habit. Such a quirky character that's just so innocent. I think she's been there for quite a while by herself.
Yeah, that's sad.
Yeah, it kind of pulls back like this place is pretty forgotten except for Bot that still
Yeah.
visits.
And Fought might be the only one still alive to do it.
Bot having another name.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah.
Can't wait to find out more about that.
Yeah, and Fott's kind of an enigma in himself. This location and Fott are both enigmas.
I think it was Lillian mentioned something about he was aware of such places.
He knew of such places, but he didn't know if they were actually myth or real.
Yeah.
That's how like removed they are. As
It's fucking saying something if
not
he doesn't.
yeah, that even Lumion can't get a grasp on the information. Cayenne changing. That's
Yeah.
pretty awesome. My chat is filled with art, and it's pretty great on like how she looks.
And I'm
Setting
working on a collage to explain it.
Scav sit down a proper path. Essentially, that was fun.
More being thrown down a proper
Yeet, motherfucker.
path.
Not wrong.
Just like the little moments, like, you know, you spending time with Coin and finding out things about that, waking up to the fact of like trying to figure out like a scroll between you guys of like, what should we name the kids if that happens? The different pantheons revealed, and the fact of like the sisters are a part of one, Bahamut's part of another one. Pulling back some of like, how terrible is Bahamut?
Doesn't seem terrible.
Huh?
Doesn't seem terrible.
I mean, Bahamut basically killed everybody in it except for him and Tiamat.
He, as far as I'm aware, and as far as we know, he's the one that wiped out the entire Dragon Pantheon, not Tiamat.
Some just like player lore there, like behind the screen. Yeah, Tiamat basically called his bluff, and he like fine.
Fine.
Yeah, but also the ones that he got rid of, were they good or bad?
He
I
didn't.
brought you into this world. I
He
can kick you
didn't
out.
care.
Yeah.
He's like, you're not. She was basically like, you're not going to kill them all, and he's like, watch me, and he proceeded to just go down the list.
But we know that he didn't actually get all of them. We do know that there is still.
Or is he still working down the list because of how many there
It's possible too, but we do know that there is still one that is known, somewhat lesser known.
Yeah, it's like you said, a lot of little things add up to a great session. And it's new location coming up soon. And yeah. So I can't wait till we get back to the table in a week. 2 weeks.
2 weeks, yeah.
2 weeks.
And dig into stuff. Maybe the gremlins will be sorted out by that time.
Maybe.
So we will say goodnight. We will close the doors. We will see you in 2 weeks.
Good night, everybody. Join our Discord, like,
Bye-bye.
comment, subscribe,
Thank you.
and thank you. Yeah, that too.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thankful.